Leader of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Assembly. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Assembly. Calendar, business of the coming week. I lay. 2, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Assembly. 1, the Water Municipality Quarterly Report and financial statements for the period ended that 1st December 2025. The Makueni County Referral Level 5 Hospital Quarterly Report and financial statement for the period ended that 1st December 2025. 3, the Bunge Sub-County Level 4 Hospital Quarterly Report and financial statement for the period ended that 1st December 2025. The quarterly report and financial statement for the following level 4 hospitals for the period ended 31st December 2025. 1, Mukuyuni Sub-County Level 4. 2, Matiliko Sub-County Level 4. 3, Tawa Sub-County Level 4. 4, Matiambua Sub-County Level 4. 5, tabling of the report of the Committee on Education, ICT, and Internship on the oversight on matching grant to county technical training institutes across the county, conducted on that 13th and 14th November 2025. Notice of motion shall be given as well. 5, tabling of the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the report of the Office of the Controller of Budget on the field monitoring of budget implementation by the county government of Makueni. Notice of motion shall be given as well. 6, tabling of the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the oversight on stalled, incomplete, and phased projects across the county for the financial year 2023-2024 and 2024-2025, conducted on 30th and 31st October 2025. Notice of motion shall be given. Statements on the same day. Response to the statement as was requested on 10th March 2025 by the member for Boni Ward regarding grabbing of public utility land in Gekima Market in Boni Ward. 2, response to the statement as requested on 25th August 2025 by the member for Ward 10Z Ward regarding the implementation of water affordable housing. Motions on the same day. 1, motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Environment and Climate Change on consideration of the Mangelete Wetland Ecosystem Report laid on the table of the Assembly on 13th October 2025. 2, motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperative Development regarding the implementation of various agricultural projects in the county laid on the table of the Assembly on 3rd December 2025. 3, motion of the adoption of the report of the Committee on Water Irrigation and Sanitation on the oversight on problematic water projects across the county, conducted on 21st and 22nd August 2025, laid on the table of the County Assembly on 6th October 2025. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee of Gender, Children, Youth, Sports and Social Services on the statement regarding the rise in cases of drug abuse by the youth in the county laid on the table of the Assembly on 19th November 2025. On Tuesday, 17th February 2026, morning plenary. 1, petitions. Report in response to the public petition presented on 2nd December 2025 by the Speaker of the County Assembly on behalf of the youth group of Kautande in Sandiyad regarding clarification and collaborative action during His Excellency the Governor's 60-day sand trade moratorium. Statements. Response to the statement as was requested on 29th July 2025 by the member for Emali Mulala Ward regarding the delayed completion of staff quarters at Mwanani Dispensary and equipping of Emali Level 4 Hospital. 2. Response to the statement as requested on 17th November 2025 by the member for Elima Ward regarding the unpaid terminal dues of retired ECDE teachers. Motions. 1. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Selection on Placement of Honorable Esther Mongeli in committees. 2. Motion for the adoption of the half-yearly progress report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee for the period January to June 2025, laid on the table of the Assembly on 6th October 2025. 3. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Makueni County Financial Year 2024-25 Annual Progress Report, laid on the table of the Assembly on 19th November 2025. 4. Motion for the adoption of the half-yearly progress report of the Committee on Trade, Marketing, Industry, Culture and Tourism for the period January to June 2025, laid on the table of the Assembly on 30th September 2025. Petitions on the same day, morning plenary. Report in response to a public petition represented on 4th August 2025 by the Speaker of the County Assembly on behalf of the residents of Bunge Ward regarding grabbing of Kwamukonza Dam project land in Bunge Ward, papers and notices. Tabling of the report of the Committee on Devolution, Public Participation, County Administration and Special Programs on the annual report of the Office of the County Attorney for the financial year 2024-2025. Tabling of the report of the County Public Accounts Committee on the consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the Makueni County Bursary Fund for the year ended 30th June 2024 and 30th June 2025. Statements. 1. Response to the statement as was requested on 12th March 2025 by the member for Emali Mulala Ward regarding the implementation status of all headquarter projects since 2013. 2. Response to the statement as was requested on 27th August 2025 by the member for Kakowaiya Ward regarding Aina menace in Tulimani Ward. Motions. 1. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Gender, Children, Youth, Sports and Social Services on the vetting of the nominee for appointment of an executive chairperson for the Makueni County Empowerment Fund Committee. 2. Motion for the adoption of the half-yearly progress report of the Committee on Devolution, Public Participation, County Administration and Special Programs for the period January to June 2025, laid on the table of the Assembly on 6th October 2025. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Devolution, Public Participation, County Administration and Special Programs, the annual report of the, I'll skip 26. The following business will be transacted. 1. Petitions. Report in response to public petitions presented on 15th October 2025 by the Speaker of the County Assembly on behalf of the residents of Kalawa Ward regarding poor leadership, lack of transparency, and water shortages at Itito Ball in the Kalawa Ward. Statements. Response to the statement as requested on 27th August 2025 by the member for Kaskel Ward regarding leopard attacks in Kaskel Ward. 2. Response to the statement as was requested on 18th August 2025 by the member from Mboni Ward regarding the equipping of Mboni Family Hospital. Motions. 1. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Implementation on the status of implementation of County Assembly resolutions of the Third Assembly for all departments, laid on the table of the Assembly on 17th November 2025. 2. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Joint Committees on Delegated County Legislation and Devolution, Public Participation and County Administration on the annual report of the Office of the County Attorney for the financial year 2023-2024, Government of Makueni County, laid on the table of the Assembly on 15th October 2025. 3. Motion for the adoption of the half-yearly progress report of the Committee on Delegated County Legislation for the period January to June 2025, laid on the table of the Assembly on 15th October 2025. 4. Motion for the adoption of the half-yearly progress report of the Committee on Special Interests for the period January to June 2025, laid on the table of the Assembly on 13th October 2025. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, there shall be a meeting of the Assembly Business Committee on Monday, 16th February 2026 at 9 a.m. and pursuant to the decisions of that meeting, additional business may be scheduled to be transacted by the County Assembly during that week. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Chairperson of Committee on Finance to respond to a statement as was requested by member from Mboni Ward regarding the location for public participation on the county fiscal strategy paper on the Mboni municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 53 of the Makueni County Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby rise to give response to the statement requested by member for Mboni, Honorable Mulemba. Mr. Speaker, during the County Assembly that sitting held on Monday, 9th February 2026, the member from Mboni Ward requested for a statement from the Chairperson Committee on Finance and Socio-Economic Planning regarding the Mboni Municipality public participation on the 2026 County Fiscal Strategy paper and the financial year 2026-2027 budget estimates. The Chairperson was tasked to provide a response to the statement today, Tuesday, 10th February 2026 at 2:30 p.m. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the member raised several questions. One of the questions was the criteria used to arrive at Tower Town as the public participation venue for Mboni municipality and who proposed the same. The response from the ECM is that the venue was identified by the County Treasury in consultation with the Department of Devolution. Tower Town is chosen since it is the Mboni sub-county headquarters. On that response, the committee made the following finding, that it is obvious that the department did not consult with the representatives of the wards of the municipality, and the choice of Tower Town was not based on any consultation or any proposal. Mr. Speaker, the member requested to know the plans the department has put in place to facilitate the accessibility of the venue by members from the far-flung areas, wards of the municipality, that is KA and Kalawa wards. The ECM responded as follows, that due to financial constraints, the county does not provide transport facilitation to citizens to attend public participation forums. The committee made the following finding on that response, that...
What's the point of order?
I am very keen listening to that statement, but, you know, the chair's voice and the voice from the minority side chairperson is distracting. Is the member for Kikombulio South in order, Mr. Speaker, to really do what he's doing? I thank you.
Member for Kikombulio North, leader of minority, it's alleged that you are blocking the voice and then therefore manage your movements and consultations. So don't be destructive to the voice, to the eyes, and to the ears. Fair enough. Proceed, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for being considerate to, especially to the members who come from Mboni municipality. Mr. Speaker, the second question from the member was to know the plans the department has put in place to facilitate the accessibility of the venues by members from far areas of the municipality, that is KA and Kalawa wards in specific. The ECM respond that due to financial constraints, the county does not provide transport facilitation to citizens to attend public participation forums. Committee made the following finding on that response, that it may not be possible for the county government to facilitate transport reimbursements to members of the public attending public participation forums due to budgetary constraints as reported by the ECM. However, to navigate around these, the county government should ensure to position the public participation venues closer to the targeted attendees to reduce on transportation costs to be incurred by those attendees. The question 3 from the member, Mr. Speaker, was if none, how are the members of the municipality from the said wards expected to access the venue to participate in the exercise in the safeguard of Section 87 of the County Government Act 2012? The ECM has responded as follows, that due to financial constraints, the county has not been able to factor transport reimbursements for members of the public attending public participation forums in the past years. This has been the practice in the other 2 municipalities. Mr. Speaker, question 4 from the member was, what actions has the department taken to ensure effective public participation across the municipality for the financial year 2026-2027? The ECM respond as follows, that the county issued notices in the Daily Nation on 2nd and on 4th February 2026 on the planned public participation, that the municipal manager and the ward administrators within the municipality are also mobilizing citizens to attend the PP forums, that the county has also mobilized the citizens through social media platforms for higher publicity, that the county has also been running notices via local radio stations since 8th February 2026, and there was a radio talk show on Tuesday, 10th February 2026 as from 7 to 8 a.m. for mobilization of the citizens to attend the forums. Committee made the following findings on that response, that the measures put in place by the County Department on Finance, as reported above, are adequate in terms of information dissemination. However, the issue of accessibility to the participation venues can only be addressed by ensuring closer proximity of the participation venue to the participants. Committee recommends as follows. General Committee recommendations, Mr. Speaker, on this statement. To facilitate accessibility to the public participation exercise on the Bunge municipality, on the 2026 County Fiscal Strategy Paper and the financial year 2026-2027 budget estimates, the committee recommends that the exercise is undertaken in each ward of the municipality as opposed to the earlier proposed one place, that is Tower Town. This is to be undertaken during the ward public participation forums scheduled for 17th and 18th February 2026, and views received from each ward collated to be views of the members of the public within the Bunge municipality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Borod.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee has tried to respond to those concerns. However, Mr. Speaker, as a matter of oversight on the activities done by the executive and the county government of Makueni, Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that public participation forums should be free exercise for all citizens, and citizens should not be constrained by distances and related situations that hinders the citizens from fully participating effectively. The Speaker, reading that or studying that response, I read a lot of ignorance and assumption Mr. Speaker, on question 1, the department is assuming that since the Mboni sub-county headquarter is purported to be at a town called Tawa, which is near Machakos town, they are assuming that that is the central point for Mboni K municipality. And Mr. Speaker, we know that Mboni K municipality has a ward which is called K ward, which its sub-county headquarter is called Mukuyuni Market. Mr. Speaker, so why and how does the department assume that Tawa is accessible because Mboni sub-county headquarters are at Tawa? What about the K people who have Mukuyuni Market in Kaiti as their sub-county headquarters? Question 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question 2 is very specific, and the distance in question, Mr. Speaker, members cannot access that location due to distance constraints. And I'll connect that with question number 3, whereby they have ignored the question and said that since they have advertised on social media and radio stations that people will attend. Mr. Speaker, that is also ignorance. How will somebody who has no fare, disabled persons, people from Care, people from Kalawa attend Tawa venue just because they read in social media that there will be public participation at Tawa? That is ignorance, Mr. Speaker. Finally, on question 4, Mr. Speaker, the committee has found out that the department has not been able to address the issue of distance, and they have recommended that the public participation venues should be at each ward at convenient places which are accessible from the ward, Mr. Speaker, and that is a recommendation. However, Mr. Speaker, I can't admit that without a commitment from the department, a written commitment that they are going to abide with that committee recommendation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Kakoya Ward.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to pass this information to my good friend, Honorable Mulemba, that we have 7 wards in Mboni municipality. That is Ke, Mboni, Tulimani, Kisau Kiteta, Kidungo Kitundu, Kakowaya, and Kalawa. Honorable Speaker, Kalawa alone as a ward is 286 square kilometers, the service area, compared to Kaiti constituency, the whole constituency, where we have K ward, it has 283 square kilometers. Sincerely speaking, if that public participation has to be taken care of, or it has to be taken a place which is central, it should be Kalawa ward. It should be Kalawa ward. And that ward is isolated. They are from Mboni to Mboni because there is no bridge or a drift at Kwangewa. So you have to come to Wote through Muvao Kikumini to...
And making decisions. Drafters of the Constitution conceptualize a situation whereby the responsibility of getting services or accessing services is for the government to the people, not people seeking services to where the government has decided. And acknowledging that Mboni Care municipality comprises of 6 wards of Mboni constituency, plus parts of Kaiti constituency, it was a proposal of the county executive to have it as big as that. Compared to water municipalities, is different. And therefore, it is not the responsibility of the citizens of Makueni in the affected areas to struggle to access a certain value that is not convenient for them. Chairperson, allow me to direct as follows: that the county executive should reorganize its public participation and reach the people of Mboni municipality at their convenience. Why do you want to move citizens from every polling station to one central point? It is easier for the county government workers to have 3 groups and meet, some in KA, others some parts in Upper Mboni, others in Lower Mboni. It's simple as that. Otherwise, the entire exercise will tire the citizens and it's against the devolution. Devolution must be widened and deepened. So we will not allow an attempt to make it shallow and narrow. So Chairperson, consult with the respective members of the municipality and the department and take the directions and the concerns of the members that aware that the municipality geographically is bigger, then let the government take the services to the people, not the other way around. So let us not debate, implement that decision. And I think it is in the interest of every member here. And the lowest we could, even if it is in every ward, that's okay. But reasonably, venues that are convenient, whether 2 or 3, convenient to the citizens. And considering this is a new municipality, you need people to own it so that it can be sustainable. You can't treat Mboni KA municipality same as water and Mali. They have already owned hub. And I remember when municipalities, that is Mali, was conducting municipality, the county assembly had a venue in each and every ward to conduct public participation on municipality. So let the executive stretch and reach out the citizens to buy in the municipality, plan together, have targets together, and therefore ownership and implementation will be easy. You are so directed, Chair, for implementation, not for debate. You will update us on Monday at 2:30, give us a report on how you have effected that. So Honorable Chalomumo, Honorable Kalunda, Honorable Misha Kali, Honorable Manzu, allow that section of the Constitution to speak for you as we revise it on Monday, expecting an adjustment on the same. Yes, he had requested to speak. I've read all members who had requested to speak. I have persuaded that let us not make it a debate. Honorable Gali, I've ruled on this matter in your favor. And I've directed the chair, please, I've directed the chairperson, Committee on Finance. Purpose, and the office of the clerk, purpose after this to convene the members affecting Mboni KA municipality to make their recommendations, which will be submitted today to the executive committee member to comply with Article 174. Honorable Gali is going to be used for that. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want to acknowledge your ruling on this matter, which I think it is very good. And number 2, Mr. Speaker, allow me to inform this House through your chair that in any arrangement, Kalawa ward cannot fit. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, from Kalawa to the other side, that is Kakowaiya, connecting to Tawa and also Kikima, we have no way. The bridge at Kwangewa, through the chair, that Kalawa case can be treated as a stand-alone case.
I want us as honorable members to address the issue before us in a sober way. This is a public participation based in 7 wards. And yesterday, we discussed and we said Finance Committee to bring a complete and solid report to this honorable House. And we have sat as Finance Committee. And we have recommended the public participation for municipality to be done in every ward, which is effective to every person, every community, even the executive. So we don't have to specify one word. Let the
has been responded to, because the people of Kikumbulu South and Kibwezi, where I come from, have always been asking me the way forward on this, the water tariff plans, Honorable Speaker, and I'm not able to tell. So I was requesting your office to advise whether the previous session business can be brought forward or we start afresh. That is my question, because my people of Kibwezi are not able to comprehend why the county government, where the ECM for water is the sole shareholder of this water service provider, is also the sole licensor of
Yes.
this water service provider.
That report was tabled on 17th of November. The report was tabled on 17th of November.
So
in
my
this House.
question is, are we going to bring it forward or are we going to start afresh? And on the same note, Honorable Speaker, I looked at the report, Honorable Speaker, and it is
That's okay. Don't take us
responding to anything.
Don't take us to
It is not responding to anything.
Honorable Galunda,
And
you
when
are
will we
member.
do the resolution?
You are a member of the Assembly Business Committee. The committee adopted the report. It has its accommodation. It was tabled. It's awaiting debate. After the County Assembly Business Committee slots it. So we will propose to do that with you in a meeting that we sit, so that it come earliest, probably next week on Monday.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So remind me. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, waiving of notice period.
Leader of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the following procedural motion, that noting the provisions of Standing Order 65B, this Assembly resolves to waive the notice period for the motion for approval of the County Assembly calendar for regular sessions in 2026, appearing on the order paper under order number 9. I call upon the Leader of Minority to second.
Leader of the Minority Party. Honorable members, I propose the question that notwithstanding provision of Standing Order number 60, paragraph 5B, this Assembly resolves to waive the notice period for the motion for the approval of the County Assembly calendar for regular sessions of the year 2024, appearing the 2025. Which is it? Regular sessions of the year 2025, 2026, appearing in the order paper under order number 9. Floor is open. Then, depending on time, we'll conclude with the alteration of the calendar. In this case, Clerk, proceed. Order number 10.
Order number 10, motion. The report of the Committee on Appointments on the approval hearings for the nominees for appointment to the position of members of the Makueni County Public Service Board.
Mover of the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the following motion, that this Assembly adopts the report of the Committee on Appointments on the approval hearing for the nominees for appointment to the position of members of the Makueni County Public Service Board, laid on the table of the Assembly on 9th February 2026. Honorable Speaker, this is a report from the Appointments Committee, and I know members actually know much details about the committee, so I will try to be brief on the report. Notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 209 that provides that the Committee on Appointment shall consider for approval by the County Assembly of appointments under Article 179(2) of the Constitution, members of the County Executive Committee, the committee considered and vetted the nominees for the appointment to Makueni County Public Service Board, forwarded by His Excellency the Governor to the County Assembly for approval. The committee undertook its mandate pursuant to Article 235 of the Constitution 2010, as read together with Section 58 of the County Government Act 2012. So I wouldn't say the committee membership. I'll go to the executive summary. Pursuant to Article 235 of the Constitution 2010, as read together with Section 58 of the County Government Act 2012, His Excellency the Governor Mutula Kilonzo Jr., CBS, by the letter dated 11th December 2025, forwarded to the Speaker of the County Assembly the nomination of 3 members, MS Josephine Benya Mwau, Dr. Zebedi Mwandi, and MS Deborah Mudeu Chalo, nominees for the appointment to Makueni County Public Service Board for vetting and approval by the County Assembly. All the attachments are in this report, and it has been posted in the general WhatsApp wall for the Assembly. The Honorable Speaker, on 20th January 2026, through a message, informed the House of the nomination of the above-named persons by His Excellency the Governor, and directed that the names of the nominees be forwarded to the Appointment Committee for consideration in accordance with Article 235 of the Constitution, as read together with Article 58 of the County Governments Act and provisions of the Public Appointments County Assembly's Approval Act 2027. The Assembly on Thursday, 22nd January 2026, put out an advert to notify the candidates and the public of the vetting exercise and invited submissions from members of the public in support or against the nominees. By the time of vetting the nominees, the committee had received only 1 memoranda, not under oath, seeking the committee to clarify a matter of conflict of interest with the nominee, Deborah Mudeu Chalo. The nominees appeared before the committee on appointment on Monday, 2nd February 2026, and were vetted in accordance with the provisions set out under Article 235 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, as read together with Section 58 of the County Government Act 2012, and provisions of the Public Appointments County Assembly's Approval Act 2017, on their suitability for appointment to the positions of chairpersons and members of Makueni County Public Service Board. So as I said, Honorable Speaker, I will not read everything. I'll go to the committee observations because we can't go through all the exercise that was undertaken by the committee. So on the committee findings, observations, and findings, Mr. Speaker, general suitability and eligibility of the nominees. The committee observed that the nominees met the minimum constitutional and statutory requirements for appointment as members of the County Public Service Board, having demonstrated eligibility under the relevant provisions of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 58 of the County Government Act 2012, revised in 2020, the Public Appointments County Assembly's Approval Act 2017, and the County Assembly Standing Orders. B, academic and professional qualifications that Josephine Benyamwau, Dr. Zebedi Mwandi, and Deborah Mudeu Chalo presented academic and professional qualification from recognized universities, a working experience of not less than 10 years and relevant to public service, and demonstrated adequate competence and understanding of public service values, ethics, and institutional governance. Honorable members, you can go back to the report, and all those details are there. The academic qualifications of every nominee, the professional qualifications are all in this report. C, knowledge of the mandate of the County Public Service Board and its powers. The committee observed that the nominees demonstrated clear understanding of the mandate of the County Public Service Board. The nominees appeared to understand the powers and functions of the County Public Service Board. They were enthusiastic, had passion, commitment, and visionary on the issues of the public service. They were forthright in responding to issues brought forth. D, integrity and ethical standings. The committee observed the nominees had satisfied the integrity requirements under Chapter 6 of the Constitution and demonstrated commitment to ethical leadership, accountability, and transparency. The nominees presented required compliance documents, including clearances from CID, Revenue Authority on Tax Compliance, Higher Education Loans Board, and the Credit Reference Bureau, CRB. Relevant agencies and no advanced integrity issues were raised during the vetting process and demonstrated absence of breach of the relevant professional code of conduct, that they had never been charged in a court of law and had no potential conflict of interest. F, on understanding of public service values, the committee noted that the nominees demonstrated appreciation of national values and principles of governance as outlined under Article 10 of the Constitution. G, that they had never been dismissed from office for contravention of the provisions of Article 75 of the Constitution that deals with conduct of state officers. H, conflict of interest. The committee, having received a memorandum pointing out an area of conflict of interest on the nominee, Mrs. Deborah Mudeu Chalo, the committee asked the nominee to clarify the matter, which he clarified during the approval hearings and provided evidence. The evidence is attached in this report at Appendix 6. The committee further invited the petitioner, who appeared before the committee on Monday, 9th February 2026, and confirmed to the committee that indeed he had cleared the matter with the nominee. The committee was of the opinion that the responses were sufficient and the nominee had no conflict of interest in the office they were being vetted for. I, leadership and management competence. The committee observed that the nominees demonstrated adequate leadership skills, experience, and capacity to contribute to strategic decision-making, policy directions, and institutional strengthening of the County Public Service Board. Independence and impartiality. The committee noted that the nominees demonstrated ability to serve independently, fairly, and without undue influence. The nominees further expressed commitment to uphold impartiality in matters of recruitment, promotion, and disciplinary processes within the County Public Service Board. That all candidates were willing to be placed on a performance contract, that none of the nominees were state or public officers. Next observation, that none of the nominees at any time within the preceding 5 years held office or stood for election as a member of parliament or a member of the county assembly or a member of the governing body of a political party, a candidate for elections, a member of parliament or a county assembly, or holder of an office in any political organization that sponsors or otherwise supports or has at any time sponsored or otherwise supported a candidate for election as a member of parliament or a county assembly. On youth representation, the committee established that one out of the three nominees falls within the constitutional understanding of youth and therefore qualifies as a youth nominee in compliance with Article 55 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, that provides that the state is obligated to take measures including affirmative action programs to ensure that the youth access relevant opportunities in political, social and economic spheres. Further, the committee took into consideration the national values and principles of governance under Article 10, including inclusivity, equality, and non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized, as well as the principles of public service under Article 232, which emphasizes fair representation and equal opportunities in appointment, and therefore, the committee found the nomination to have advanced the constitutional imperative of youth inclusion in public appointment and contributes towards promoting youth participation in county governance structures, including the County Public Service Board. On gender balance, the committee observed that 2 out of the 3 nominees were women, which were very crucial in enabling the board attain the minimum gender requirements. And lastly, on regional balance, that there was equal representation of the geographical locations within the county. All these observations were done also in remembering that we had vetted and passed 2 members previously. So, Honorable Speaker, I'll go to the general recommendations of the committee. The committee hereby recommends that, 1, that the County Assembly approves the nomination of Mrs. Josephine Benya Mwau, Dr. Zebedee Mwandi, and Mrs. Deborah Mudeu Chalo, nominees for appointment as members to Makueni County Public Service Board. 2, that the governor institutes execution of annual performance contracts with the nominees once appointed, whose performance results shall be submitted to the County Assembly for consideration. Mr. Speaker, with those recommendations, I want to take this opportunity to thank all members of the committee for their input and valuable contributions during the deliberations and vetting of the nominees. On behalf of the committee, I wish to thank your office, Honorable Speaker, the office of the clerk, for the technical and logistical support accorded during the vetting exercise. And on behalf of the members of the Select Committee on Appointment and pursuant to the provisions of Article 235 of the Constitution of Kenya, as read together with Section 58 of the County Government Act 2012 and the provisions of Public Appointments, County Assembly's Approval Act 2017, it's now my pleasure and duty to present to the Assembly the committee report on the vetting of Mrs. Josephine Benya Mwau, Dr. Zebedee Mwandi, and Mrs. Deborah Mudeu Chalo, nominees for appointment as members to the Makueni County Public Service Board for consideration. I call upon Honorable Jade Kalunda, who is also the minority leader and a member of this committee, to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second this motion. This is a very good motion which the committee came up with, and I think it is trying to bridge the gap where the County Public Service Board was not able to even have their first meeting because they do not have the quorum. And that's why we are coming in handy to do that, to appreciate also the Speaker and the leadership of the Assembly for seeing it wise to have a special sitting where we tabled these names after they were communicated by the Governor. Honorable Speaker, these are very tasking job and in the last 1 or so weeks, we have not been able to comfortably carry out our functions because of the vetting process, which doesn't end until when the speaker has put the question. And that is why we want to do it as quickly as possible, because things may even change. I have seen also members who want to poke some holes in 1 or 2 candidates, maybe, but I want to agree that it was necessary to have these names passing, as we have heard from the Leader of Majority. Honorable Speaker, we have very exceptional candidate in the name of Dr. Mwandi. Dr. Mwandi comes from Kasikeu ward, some place just before Sultan after Mali. I know this candidate, and he has been a long-serving public officer, both in the military and also in the normal civil duties, Honorable Speaker. He has also long-standing experience with even consulates and embassies, and especially the Embassy of the United States, both in Botswana and I think in Malawi. That's a very good candidate, and we could see he's going to bring a lot of experience into the board, Honorable Speaker. We have another candidate by the name Deborah. Deborah is a young lawyer, advocate of the High Court, and she was able to also demonstrate that youths can do a good job. So that is a very good blend between the experience and the young people of this county. I stand in for both the young people and also women, and especially vulnerable groups, Honorable Speaker. And that's why the candidature of Deborah Chalo was also very important in our deliberations. And she was able to even show how she can help the County Public Service Board in coming up with better policies and also strategic management of the HR value in the county of Makueni. Those are very good candidates, Honorable Speaker. There is another candidate who happened to have been a board member in this assembly, and I can see Honorable Honorable Mutindi and Honorable Elizabeth are taking me rounds. I can see they want me to speak on some of these candidates. I will not speak about some of the candidates. But I want to tell you, this is a very good blend. When we have Deborah and Dr. Mwandi, and now Josephine, I think it is a good blend. We are also very lucky to have Kasamba, Mr. Kasamba. Mr. Kasamba is also a very experienced person. And that is why when we add the 3 names on top of what we had, a CPA Kiini, FCPA Kiini, a long-standing Auditor General. In fact, he went up to a Deputy Auditor General. Because of the politics, he was not able to be picked as the Kenya's Auditor General. But his experience and his comprehensive presentation, Honorable Speaker, that means this is a very good public service board, Honorable Speaker. And it will be one of the best boards we have had in this county, Honorable Speaker. We have touched on both the women aspect, the gender aspect, that is, and also the youth, Honorable Speaker. Even the CEO of the board is also is a youth or thereabouts, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I want to promise the people of Makueni that once we have this board in place, I can tell you the few issues we have had before, the issues to do with internships, where people without experience are not given opportunities in this county, Honorable Speaker. This is a very good, rare group of people. I want to challenge some of the candidates, Honorable Speaker. I want to challenge some of the candidates. Like we saw, one of the candidates had experience somewhere else, and she was not able to tell us how much she has influenced for the people to benefit from county opportunities, Honorable Speaker. I now want to challenge. Sometimes, you see, Honorable Speaker, I come from a Pentecostal evangelical church, Honorable Speaker, and we believe once you make the changes, you start with your heart, and from that day, you need to be seen to have changed, Honorable Speaker. That I want also to challenge the candidates who are coming in to this board, Honorable Speaker, to have something to show. To have something to show, Honorable Speaker. Some of the candidates are not able to show after 5 or 6 years of service. in a government institution, they are not able to show anything. You cannot be employed by the people of Makueni through this assembly and the governor, Honorable Speaker, and you are only there to sit down, to sign for quorums, Honorable Speaker, and allowances, and you cannot influence a single thing, Honorable Speaker, for the people of this county, Honorable Speaker. I want to challenge from the chairman, who is Kasamba, to the last person who is the CEO of the County Public Service Board. I will not sit pretty and observe as our people find it very difficult to get opportunities to the county, Honorable Speaker. That must be our call, Honorable Speaker, and it will be my mantra that we need to see this service board working for the people. Even if you are not working well in the previous position, Honorable Speaker, now that we have given you the mandate, all the board members are equal, except the chair. All of them have the same vote, Honorable Speaker. So there is no way you can tell me you will be a board member and you are not able to influence anything to help the people, Honorable Speaker. We have seen doctors being employed in other places, Honorable Speaker, coming out of this county, Honorable Speaker. People have deprived us of consultants. Consultants, this county of Makueni has invested in terms of giving them leaves of absence, Honorable Speaker, and also paying up their fees, Honorable Speaker, to do their masters and specializations, Honorable Speaker. Then, long after that, they can go to other counties. Why? Because the board is not responsive enough, Honorable Speaker. I want to challenge the board so that we can retain our best manpower, Honorable Speaker, so that the people of Makueni can get the best service, Honorable Speaker. So those many remarks, Honorable Speaker. I want also to ask my friends and fellow members to give a big yes. I know we will pull one who is below par to somewhere where we can. I must tell the truth. I am instructed by people of Kikumbulu South and also my party Muungano to speak for these things, Honorable Speaker. So sometimes when you see I'm speaking, I'm not the person who is representing that. I'm speaking for the young people of this county. I'm speaking for my party Muungano, of course. And you see, I'm also speaking for the people of Kibwezi West because they want to employ me in future. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish you all the best as we pass this. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You have taken a long route to make one statement. Honorable members, I propose the question that this assembly adopt the report of the Commission on Appointments or the approval hearings for the nominees of the appointment to the position of Makueni County Public Service Board members laid on the table of the Assembly on 9th of February 2026. Floor is open for debate. Honorable Elizabeth Muli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will stand to support this motion, and I will support this with a few reservations, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support the motion of the Committee on Appointments because, according to me, I watched the vetting exercise, and according to me, two of the candidates performed very well. But one of the candidates, according to me, was not fairly good because this candidate has served previously in a board in this county government. And when she was asked questions by the members of that appointments committee on what she has achieved as a board member before, she could not ascertain and she could not explain. And she could not give answers, Honorable Speaker, because I followed. So if you cannot tell us what you have achieved for a 5-year term that you served in a board, so how are we going to trust that you're going to help this county government in a board that you're also going to sit? So, Honorable Speaker, according to me, I am supporting this because, yes, two of the candidates performed very well. They were very good, and they're going to help. If what they said and the suitability that they showed before the Committee on Appointments is what they're going to do through that board, they are going to help this county government. But for the candidate in the name of Josephine, I have my reservations, Honorable Speaker, because I like speaking my mind. I watched that candidate. She could not tell us when she served in the board of the county assembly, what she achieved to be felt by the 100 people who live within the prisons of this county assembly. So if 100 people who live in an institution cannot feel you, how about 5,000 people serving in the public service of Makueni County? So, Honorable Speaker, I think for me, I'm just supporting this because of the two candidates who performed exemplary very well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Cascade Ward.
Honor goes to you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm standing here this afternoon to support this motion on the highest terms possible. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've listened very well, and I've noted that these are now the best cream ever, especially when it goes to Mr. Mwandi, Zebedi Mwandi, comes from my area. He's a person known to me. That fellow is not corrupt, one. Secondly, he's very reliable and trustworthy. And third, he's very professional. And fourth, he's a Christian as well. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, bearing that in mind, let me support the motion and ask the other members to support the motion as well, so that these members can jack to power and help Makueni County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Elizabeth Mutid.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion. I'm a member of that committee, and I can attest to the competence demonstrated by all the candidates. Honorable Speaker, I will speak particularly on the youthful member. Honorable Speaker, when the other report we did not approve all the members, I was beat. Honorable Speaker, I was very disappointed that the young man could not sail through, but now I am proud to stand here and say that we got a very good candidate in the name of Deborah, who is both a youth and a lady. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure this House that the board will perform. In terms of performance, we are sure that they are going to do a good job. And as the leader of minority has said, it's a good blend of people cutting across different professions. Honorable Speaker, one Zebedi Mwandi, I was impressed by him coming from a medical background, Honorable Speaker. I think he's going to be very resourceful when we are seeking staff within the health department. That's something that has been missing for a long time. So, Honorable Speaker, I urge the House to pass this so that the board can get quorum and keep so that they can begin on the job that, a very important job that the board is supposed to be performing. So I wish them all the best, and I pray, Honorable Speaker, that they are going to be both an independent board, but also a board that consults and works towards achieving the agenda of the governor. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Francis Mwanya, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support the motion. However, I'm saddened by the approach the Honorable Member for Kikumbulu South took, because as he sits in the Committee on Appointment, he was representing our interests, and he could clearly, however jokingly was doing it, that one, Josephine was not in a position to demonstrate any achievement she did or she actually influenced when she was a board member of the County Public Service, County Assembly Service Board. However, she might be a perennial board member in so many institutions when I looked at her CV, but as we proceed with her, because definitely she will be approved by these members, she needs to pull up her socks, because I watched it just briefly online when they were being vetted. But what she said to me, like she influenced the establishment of the staff canteen for 5 years, really. She needs to rethink for the next 3 years what she'll do for this county, because we have faced several challenges. Even some guys have gone to court to challenge the decision of the County Public Service Board decisions. The members now we need members who can be proactive, who can ride on issues based on the law. So when she cannot even demonstrate to the appointment committee, we feel, and I feel personally, she was relatively below average. But however members go, they feel we don't need to challenge her further. We support the adoption of the, but let them pull up their socks and deliver for the people of Makueni. Thank you.
Member for Bulale Maluot.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I want firmly to support this report. One, we have a duty as a county government because the current membership does not attain quorum. I listened until when the appointment committee was vetting or interrogating the few members. Actually, one member might not bring a lot of, most of the members are qualified, fully qualified and competent enough. Matters of integrity, matters of, a lot was factors. Maybe the member was not eloquent enough, but I trust she will pull her socks. The committee has a lot of, the board has a lot of job awaiting, and actually we need it as early as yesterday. We have a lot of persons or county government officers who are under acting capacities for against the law. I think they should be novice as early as tomorrow, so that at least they can now work on those officers. We have CEOs who are acting against the law. We have many people acting against the law. So we would wish that committee will fast track that. There is the issue of wage bill. We several have the issue with the wage bill. It has been an audit query for quite a period. They will be able to deal with those issues. And also consider now in the new recruitments, especially in the Department of Health, where we are facing a lot of shortages, how we will recruit new members. So there is a lot of job awaiting them, and we lack some staff because we lacked that board for quite some period. I think now it will be fair enough, unlike last regime, when there was no balancing of wards. Like you will realize that with the previous chair who hailed from Kilili Kalamba ward, you will realize that in a recruitment, he will pick people from his ward, from his, that Kilili Kalamba Matiliku ward. I think they will be fair enough to equally distribute count recruitment exercises in the near future. So we wish them the best, and I personally wish them the best, and I wish they can fast-track all pending businesses ahead of them in the county, actually. Those errors, because there was a motion here to push that other board out of office because of some errors. I think they will learn from those other boards and those errors, and they ensure that at least in the next 7 years, Makueni is a calm county. We will be procedural, and most importantly, we factor the recruitment of the young ones, the youth of this county, and balance our wards, because we have 30 wards. It is not fair for some wards to have a lot of officers working for the county and the other wards have no employees, based on the fact that Makueni is not shortage of for professionals. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am in support. Thank you.
Member for Tlimar Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to join my colleagues who are in support of this motion, Mr. Speaker, because the committee did what they are supposed to do. They vetted, Mr. Speaker, asked questions on our behalf because we could not all be members of the appointment committee. And I will go by with the recommendation, Mr. Speaker, that we have a good team that is balanced, Of course, we cannot all have A students linked together. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, you looked at all, or the committee looked at all areas that are supposed to be looked into. And I feel that those recommendations are good and that we need to have that board in place, just like my colleague from Molala Emalia said, so that work can continue. Because as it is, the board does not sit because of lack of quorum. So I urge colleagues, let us support the motion so that then Makueni County employees should get that fair chance, including promotions, Mr. Speaker, and also new recruitments. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the motion.
Member Fogakwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I raise to support the motion. Honorable Speaker, I've seen that we have 5 members which constitute our board, that is County Public Service Board. The 5 of them are professionals. I've seen a teacher, I've seen a lawyer, I've seen a certified public accountant of Kenya, a fellow certified public accountant of Kenya, that is an accountant. Also, 2 gentlemen from medical background. Honorable Speaker, we have the best County Public Service Board, and we should approve these names, Honorable Speaker, so that they can start working based on the fact that we have very little time left. That is just about 16 or 15 months or so, Honorable Speaker. There are those people who have been acting capacity. We have issues with wage bill and more other factors which we should consider to approve these members. Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Honorable Francis Mia.
Mr. Speaker, I'm in support of this motion. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at the credentials of 3 candidates. They are up to the task, and Mr. Speaker, I believe they are going to give us the best within their time of service. Mr. Speaker, although I didn't want to talk about it, the member for Emali likes bullying me for no apparent reason, Mr. Speaker. The boards were established sometimes in 2013, Mr. Speaker. And all along, we had chairmen of different, under different terms, Mr. Speaker. So I believe if there is some imbalance somewhere, actually it should be rectified. But it should not continue bullying me at any time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member from Avenue Ward.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this motion. As I appreciate and congratulate the nominees for making it to this stage. From the report, I learned that we had 39 applicants who were narrowed down to the few who appeared before the panel. And even though the members of the panel and a few other members are expressing somehow a relative disquiet and not full satisfaction on one member, I find that member equally up to the task. Not every time eloquence would carry the day. We have, even in our own setup here as an assembly, committees, we have members who may not be so much valuable in what we look at from the face value. They may not really contribute so much, but when it comes to a point of reason, they can guide that committee. Others can also make a quorum when those sharpshooters are absent. So I tend to think that in the vein that our Member of Parliament, Honorable Susan, said and answered to the President one day when he came around, everybody has a good and has a value in him or herself. And when God was creating us, he put so much potential in us, some which is hidden, and others that is in the limelight. So I tend to believe that this member, having served in a board similar to that one, even the experience itself is of great value. And I tend to think that she could end up being a very valuable player in that team. So I would wish that we give her time and the benefit of doubt that she will prove herself. Something else, Honorable Speaker, this board is coming to office in a time when there is a lot of disgruntlement in the public service. And I want to challenge them. That is their duty and mandate to ensure that there is a lot of efficiency in the public service, there is less noise in the public service, and more so, there is regional balance, as has been alluded by my colleague here, a member for Emali Mulala, because we have 30 wards, and by the reports that we get here from the Public Service Board every year, we see a lot of disparity in terms of job distribution. So I want to challenge them to ensure that there is a regional balance. And something else that has also been coming up in audit reports, and they also need to work on it, is the issue of PWDs. I don't know what method they will embrace to ensure that we have a good inclusion of the people living with disabilities in our workforce. Because I don't know whether it's information they don't get or what happens, but this has been a big issue. I want to challenge them to ensure that all demographics are taken care of in their recruitments, ranging from the gender, regional balance, ethnic balance, and all that, such that our board may stand out as a really progressive and up to the task board. Thank you so much.
Mover of the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank members for the positive contributions. Honorable Speaker, I want to assure members from the observations you've made. I think the candidates are watching us on YouTube, and they will take note because, of course, just as I also want, we need a board which is functional and which is there for the people of Makueni. Honorable Speaker, I know these candidates are up to the task, and I thank members because I know working together we can make this board functional. And Honorable Speaker, I want to assure them that all candidates assured the committee that they will be willing to appear before this assembly, they will be willing to supply the assembly with timely reports on the board, and that willingness gave us the confidence to vet and pass them because we know they identified the assembly as the oversight body that will oversight them for the period they will be in office. So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank members for the support. Thank you.
Honorable members, I put the question that this assembly adopt the report of the Committee on Appointments on the approval hearings for the nominees for the appointments, the positions of County Public Service Board of Makueni, laid on the table of the Assembly on 9th of February 2006. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I direct that the clerk of the County Assembly will prepare the conveyance of this resolution of the County Assembly to His Excellency the Governor for the requisite action as required by County Government Act and other laws. Next order. What is it, leader of the majority party?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion. That pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33-3A, this Assembly resolves to extend its sitting time until the business appearing on the order paper under order number 9, 11, 12, and 19 is dispensed. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the members and plead with them that these outlined orders are only 3, And the order number 9 is the calendar of the assembly, which is very critical that we pass it today because of the timelines. Then we have order number 19, which is alteration of the calendar so that we may adjourn today and move ahead with the PPs as planned. I think you are aware of what we have planned. And order number 11 and 12 is the procedural motion for the motion on agriculture. Every one of us knows what is going around. Every one of us has been in social media, and every one of us has communicated with somebody who knows something about mangoes. So as the members, we are actually under fire because the people of Makueni don't feel like we are defending them the way we should do. So I would wish that members allow this motion to go through because tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, we shall be away, and we must do this as early as today. So honorable members, I beg you to support this motion that we may just dispense with these 3 items. So, Honorable Speaker, I call upon Honorable Josephine Mwasa to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. I stand to support. Thank you.
To support or to second the motion?
I stand to support the motion. To second, sorry.
Honorable members, I propose the question that pursuant to the provision of standing order, standing order number 33, paragraph 3, as the Assembly resolves to extend its sitting time until the business appearing in the order paper, which is orders number 9, 11, 12, and 19 are dispensed. The floor is open. Mover of the motion.
As I can read from the mood, I think we are concurrent. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that pursuant to the provision standing order number 33, paragraph 3A, this assembly resolves to extend its sitting time until all the business appearing in the order paper and order number 9, 11, 12, and 19 are dispensed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clerk, proceed with order number 11.
Order number 11, procedural motion, waiving of notice period.
Leader of the majority party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 60, 5B, this Assembly resolves to waive the notice period for the motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperative Development on the inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by the Makueni County Fruit Processing Plant, appearing on the order paper under order number 11. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, and as I've said earlier, this issue is becoming emotive, and Honorable Speaker, we must try as much as possible to expedite with this business today so that the people of Makueni can know what's actually happening to their fruit factory. So I urge members that we pass this procedural motion so that we may go to the main motion to deal with this particular matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I call upon the leader of minority to second this.
Honorable members, I propose the question that notwithstanding provision of standing order number 60, paragraph 5b, this assembly resolves to waive the notice period for the motion of the adoption of the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives Development on the inquiry into the purchase of mangoes at the Makueni County fruit processing plant, appearing on the order paper under order number 12. Floor is open. Mover of the motion. And I'll put the question that pursuant to, notwithstanding provisions of standing order number 60, paragraph 5b, this assembly resolves to waive the notice periods for the motion of the adoption of the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Corporate Development, the inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by Makueni County Fruit Processing Plant, bearing the order paper under order number 12. Last many as of the opinion say aye. Last many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, motion. The report of the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperative Development on the inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by the Makueni County Fruit Processing Plant in the financial year 2025-2026.
Chairperson, Committee on Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, which is that this Assembly adopts the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperative Development on the inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by the Makueni County Fruit Processing Plant in the financial year 25-26, laid on the table at the Assembly on 20th February 2026. So, Speaker, you will allow me to go to the executive summary. So, Speaker, the committee visited the plant and had a consultative meeting with the following stakeholders. One, the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority. Number two, the CEO and the technical staff of the Makueni Fruit Processing Plant. Chairpersons of the 7 contracted cooperatives by the Makueni County Fruit Processing Plant to buy mangoes from farmers, mango farmers, and mango aggregators. So, Speaker, the following, Mr. Speaker, following the outcry by the Makueni County mango farmers regarding the lack of mango markets and operations of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority on the ongoing purchase of mangoes across the county, with the claims that mangoes were sourced from outside the county, among others. The County Assembly tasked the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperative Development to establish the truth behind the claims circulating in mainstream and social media. The committee was to carry out the fact-finding mission to the Makueni Fruit and Processing Plant located in Kalamba. Mission was guided by principles of transparency, public interest, and evidence-based inquiry. Mr. Speaker, the exercise was carried out on 19th January 2026 and was guided by terms of reference, among others, matter of concern raised by residents and involved in a consultative meeting with the relevant stakeholders in mango sector. The site visit captured first-hand information from the primary stakeholders, including the chairpersons from the 7 contracted cooperatives mandated to purchase mangoes from farmers, namely Mulili Chale, Kalamba Fruit Processing, Kalamba Fruit Farmers, Gemlock, Makueni County Fruit Processors, Makuo Farmers, Keka Farmers, and Zakeka CDDC, and the Makueni County Fruit Processing Plant. Mr. Speaker, to validate the claims, cross-examination was done to the stakeholders. The engagements provided valuable insights into pricing, sourcing, transportation, delivery processes at the grassroots level, and verified allegations that had generated public concern as per this report. During the consultative meeting, Mr. Speaker, the committee was guided by the following TOR. Questions on the purchase of mangoes from farmers, pricing and payment, what price per kilo is being offered to farmers in this season and how it is determined. Is the price reviewed periodically to reflect mango conditions and cost of production? What is the average time taken to pay farmers after delivery? Then secondly, about procurement and aggregation, what is the procedure for registering farmers supplying mangoes? Are farmer cooperatives or aggregators formally recognized in procurement? What measures are in place to ensure fair weighing and grading at buying centers? Then thirdly, transparency and accountability. Are there written contracts or purchase agreements with farmers? What complaints mechanisms exist for farmers who feel exploited? How is the county ensuring traceability from farmer to processor? So, Speaker, the second main concern was questions on capacity of Makueni Fruit and Processing Plant in Kalamba. We dealt on issues like when it was installed and whether it is its operational capacity. We also interrogated the current operational capacity utilization. What are the main constraints limiting full utilization of the plant? And then supply of the raw materials, Mr. Speaker. We request to know whether Makueni Fruit Processing Plant receives sufficient mango volumes during peak season. What proportion of total county mango production is processed here? How does seasonality, that is gland versus off-season, affect operations? And then we also looked at products and value addition. What products are manufactured, that is pulp, juice, dried mango, maybe other concentrates. So, Speaker, we had also some concern about the annual production volumes for each product. Are there plans to diversify products and upgrade our technology? Market access, Mr. Speaker. Who are the primary buyers, markets for processed mango products? Does the plant have export certification and quality assurance systems, that is KEPS, HSCCF, CCP, etc.? Mr. Speaker, financial sustainability, we looked at employment and community impact, we looked at cross-cutting governance and policy questions, additional concern regarding ongoing purchase of mangoes by some county residents. The Speaker, allegations that some mangoes were delivered to Makueni Fruit Processing Plant may not have been sourced from Makueni despite official requirements and may have entered the county without proper documentation. We also looked at allegations of delays on purchase of mangoes and failures by contracted cooperatives to source and pay farmers on time. And we also looked at allegations of mismanagement and exploitation, claiming that farmers were not benefiting fairly from the value chain system, including lack of transparency, secrecy in pricing, and poor fulfillment of promised terms by cooperative intermediaries. So, Speaker, with all that, the committee considered the matter and responded as per the report. So, Speaker, the committee made the following findings based on the records received by the Makueni Fruit Processing Plant. The main objective of the Makueni Fruit Processing Plant in Kalamba, established in 2017, was to stem massive or reduce post-harvest mango losses, eliminate exploitation by middlemen, and increase income for local farmers through value addition, through production of mango, puree, and ready-to-drink juice. So, Speaker, the Makueni Fruit Processing Plant, under management of the Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority, operated strictly within the existing policy, legal and regulatory frameworks. Mango procurement, Mr. Speaker, was conducted through 7 duly registered cooperatives competitively selected in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act 2012. So, Speaker, we established that the cooperatives were mandated to procure mangoes from both members and non-members at a uniform predetermined price of 19 shillings per kilogram, ensuring equity and predictability for farmers. The procurement process was supported by 13.9 million allocation from the county government in the financial year 25-26 for the current peak mango season for purchase of 580 tons. The budget was further revised upwards by 6.4 million for purchase of 280 tons, cumulative purchasing approximately 870 tons of mangoes, which we have achieved already. So, Speaker, the plant on full operation can process 4,000 metric tons of mangoes in a season against county production of 183,891 metric tons. That is data which was collected sometimes in 2024. So, Speaker, implying that the plant can only process approximately 1% of the total mangoes produced in the county. The rest of the mangoes find market in local markets and are sold fresh, local processed plants, exported among other markets. The committee established that majority of the mango farmers lacked information on the operational capacity of the plant, and though that and they thought that it will absorb all the mangoes, hence did not focus on middlemen and therefore led to loss of mangoes due to perishability. Mr. Speaker, the plant lacked cold storage. If installed, Mr. Speaker, the plant can push mango processing from current 1 month to 6 months, depending on availability of mangoes and associated budget. Maximum operational efficiency requires approximately 90 million in 1 month, Mr. Speaker. For 6 months, budget allocation is approximately 270 million, Mr. Speaker, making the plant increase purchase of mangoes from current 1%, that is a current budget of 20.3 million, to approximately 12%. So, Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that actually if we can get around 270 million, we'll be able to purchase around 12% of the produce that is coming from Akweni and reduce the post-harvest losses. Mr. Speaker, on the operational assessment revealed that the plant was functional and efficient. Processing machinery operated continuously for approximately 20 hours per cycle per day, after which it is shut down for 3 hours to allow for cleaning, Mr. Speaker, before the next operational run. Mr. Speaker, the facility was equipped with structured intake systems, controlled ripening chambers, and continuous processing mechanisms. Mr. Speaker, during the first week of the purchase on the mangoes, it was established that some cooperatives reported low purchases, e.g., Zagiga CDDC cooperative has supplied the least mangoes in the first week of delivery to the plant, that is 720 kgs, due to logistics, while Makuo had supplied the highest with 73 tons, 520 kgs. So, Speaker, the plant later rationalized delivery by limiting supply for most performing cooperatives to allow the other to catch up in the second week of delivery. The purchase, Mr. Speaker, proceeded until the plant achieved the desired 870 tons of mangoes. So, Speaker, it is worth noting that most of the cooperatives purchased more than 100 tons. All of them, actually, all of them reached the 100 mark of tons. It was further established that the cooperatives did not own transport vehicles and therefore relied entirely on air transportation. In fact, when we visited Kalamba, we found the cooperatives, they were stationed there. They are just waiting for vehicles to come so that they invoice them and then go ahead for processing, Mr. Speaker. So it would be fair to say that no mangoes were bought by the cooperatives from the farmers. They just waited at the gates so that they can invoice them. So, Speaker,
it is also fair to say that depending on the financial strength of the cooperatives, which affected the logistics and deliveries to the plant, and in some cases, Mr. Speaker, it led to losses to farmers as mangoes are considered perishable. Most of the cooperatives, Mr. Speaker, operated within the nearby locations, namely Wote, Nzawigili Kalamba Ward, and Bitini, to say the least, Mr. Speaker. The county government, through the Makueni Fruit Processing Plant, issued an official intake circular specifying the exact dates allocated to each ward and the cooperative for mango delivery. The scheduling mechanism started on 8th January and had been designated to regulate the daily intake volumes, prevent congestion at the plant, and promote orderly, efficient processing. So, Speaker, the commencement date was considered late as mango ripening started as early as mid-December last year, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, the weigh bridge verification and payment accountability went upon delivery. All trucks undergo two-stage weigh bridge verification processes, Mr. Speaker. Weight one, Mr. Speaker, is the measurement of the full loaded truck. And then weight number two is measurement after offloading. The net weight of mangoes delivered is determined by deducting weight two from weight one. This system ensured accuracy, transparency, and accountability, forming the basis for farmer payments. So, Speaker, each consignment was supported by comprehensive and verifiable documentation detailing name of the cooperative, list of individual farmers, contact information, word of origin, quantity supplied per farmer, contracted price per kilogram. The records were certified by the respective ward agricultural officers, and independent sampling and direct telephone verification conducted by the committee confirmed that mango supplied originated from within Makueni County, effectively dispelling allegations of external sourcing. Mr. Speaker, the committee came up with the following recommendations. The committee recommends that the ECM for the Department of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperative Development should consider the recommendations below and unveil a progressive report to the County Assembly within 3 weeks upon adoption of this report by the County Assembly, detailing action plan it is intending to address each recommendation. It should be availed on, it should agile avail time frame for each action plan. So, Speaker, we recommended that the plant should enhance its operations and capacity. We found that the store which is at Kalamba, Mr. Speaker, and we have indicated we do not have a cold store at Kalamba, Mr. Speaker. So we have said they should actually enhance, because the store which is there can only accommodate 250 tons. So once the 250 tons, Mr. Speaker, are taken in, it means we have to stop offloading to get to process those mangoes, to create space for other vehicles, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we got a lot of losses, because we don't have a cold store. So, Speaker, we also recommended that the management should improve the processing capacity and operational efficiency of the Makueni fruit processing plant so it can absorb a large share of mango harvest and a reduced wastage. So, Speaker, you've seen the capacity per day is about 50 tons. That is what the plant can process. And then after that, it is stopped for 3 hours for cleaning and maintenance, Mr. Speaker. And the time when the machinery is being cleaned and all that, remember, farmers are queuing and mangoes are perishables. So a lot of mangoes went to waste. So, Speaker, so we have said they should actually consider pushing operations, if they have a cold store, from current 2 months to 6 months for a start. So, Speaker, as we speak now, the plant is not actually taking in any mangoes. They have stopped. We don't have the budget. The 2023 has been exhausted, and that's a fact. Farmers are getting a lot of losses as we speak here. So, Speaker, the county government should expand
the planned operations capacity to at least 20% through donor or other avenues since counter allocations are limited. You know our budget. Last year it was 11 million. This financial year it has been uplifted to something like 20.3 million, Mr. Speaker, and that is way too little. Mr. Speaker, to ensure available lines that is ready to drink, juice and puree are fully operational throughout the mango season. In fact, we gave a recommendation that we should have shifts so that the plant works 24 hours to alleviate the losses that the farmers are getting. The Speaker, to consider diversification to citrus fruits, tomato paste and others, if possible. Then allocate adequate budget and resources for mango uptake. Mr. Speaker, you find that actually the farmers are very much right. Because with a budget of 13.9, I calculated myself, Mr. Speaker, at the current 24 shillings or 23. It could take us only 1 week, and then we close shop. So, Speaker, if we say we have a budget of 13 point, assuming that we started buying mangoes early in December, Mr. Speaker, we would have closed the shop even before the end of December. It was very tricky for the management and even us as MCS. So we should actually look into the budget, and upscale it. The county government will allocate sufficient funds early in the season for timely procurement of mangoes to prevent the plant from missing peak harvests due to budget delays, to consider increasing budget from current 20.3 million to something like 100 million at the headquarters, and the rest should be taken care of at the world level. This will push mangoes from 870 tons to maybe a higher figure. Then another recommendation is to consider reviewing budgetary processes so that local purchase orders, that is the LPOs which were given or are being given to the purchasers, can be issued to cooperatives at the right time to enable back intake, at least during the months of November and December every year. If we have a good budget, Mr. Speaker, there's no reason why we cannot start buying mangoes in December. But we don't have a budget. The budget is meager. So if we have a very little budget, we have to wait, Mr. Speaker, so that we take mangoes. And again, there's something that we have been missing as farmers in Makueni. We have not sensitized our farmers to know exactly why the plant has been placed there. They think that it is going to take all the mangoes, which is wrong, Mr. Speaker. There are mangoes which are going for export, mangoes which are going to the local market, that is the middlemen and all that, Mr. Speaker. But this season, I can tell you without any fear of contradiction, Mr. Speaker, that the exporters and the middlemen did not actually buy a lot of mangoes because maybe we had these elections in Uganda, there were a lot of chaos, and actually we could not offtake our mangoes to Uganda. Then we have given another recommendation to expand and support aggregation centers, cold storage, pack houses to create additional channels for mango uptake, especially during peak harvest, since the Makueni fruit processing plant alone cannot absorb all the mangoes. Actually, that's exactly what we are doing. The cold stores at Kalawani, the cold storage at Bitini, Kwakavudu, and maybe another one at Kilungu. They were stores. They were not cold stores, Mr. Speaker, because they were operational just the other day, Mr. Speaker. They were built, they were not equipped, and they were left there. They were just like classrooms, Mr. Speaker, to say the least. But now that they have been made operational in the last 1 month, Mr. Speaker, if we could have cold stores at least in every ward, Mr. Speaker, would just, forget about these losses that we are getting as farmers, because it is going to push the mango season from maybe 2 months to around 6, which is quite fair. So, Speaker, another thing that we found or we got as a recommendation as a committee, we should, the county government should explore markets for mangoes for both local and export mangoes through organized procurement frameworks. So, Speaker should not wait for farmers to cry or actually to start the outcry so that we get in to see what they are doing, how we can help them. We should start early, find markets everywhere, anywhere,
We should not assume that the exporters are going to buy our mangoes, because that was assumption this season, Mr. Speaker. Last year, we had a budget of only 11 million. We did not have an outcry, Mr. Speaker, because there was a lot of taking by the exporters, Mr. Speaker, and the middlemen. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important to know that this season were failed by the exporters, and hence the problems that we are facing with our farmers. So, Speaker, we had another recommendation to promote farmer organization and the cooperatives, push for stronger farmer organizations, including mobilizing growers into producer groups, cooperatives, and circles, as groups can negotiate better deals, especially for pricing and supply larger volumes regularly, which helps ensure a consistent supply to the processing plant and exporters. So, Speaker, that is self-explanatory. And then improve post-harvest handling and storage. If we have cold stores, I've said and repeatedly that we can actually forget about this process. Then accelerate establishment and operationalization of the cold storage facilities. In fact, we have proposed that we should have them at the ward level and the sub-con levels. And then a big one at Kalamba processing plant. It's quite unfair to find that such a big plant does not have a cold store, Mr. Speaker. Then the other recommendation is to sensitize farmers on how to use these facilities effectively to maintain mango quantity. So, Speaker, you see, Kalamba fruit processing plant is not a dump site. There are those farmers who are carrying rotten and weevil-ridden mangoes to the factory. They could not be accepted, Mr. Speaker. They had to be turned away. They had to be dumped somewhere, Mr. Speaker, because that is not acceptable. We must maintain the standards. Then the review procurement process and the compliance. The Makueni fruit processing plant to ensure internal reviews and audit of mango procurement and offtake procedures, to ensure transparency, fair prices for local farmers, and that the plant sources fruit primarily from the county producers. So, Speaker, we have established that the 7 cooperatives that are contracted, Mr. Speaker, they concentrated actually in 3 or 4 wards. The other wards really suffered a lot of losses, Mr. Speaker. And we have since made some recommendation that actually we should have a cooperative operating within each ward, Mr. Speaker, to avoid the losses. And then they are constricted within that particular area to make sure that they buy mangoes from the farmers. They should not run to the nearest actually mango producing area and start buying from there. They should buy from the designated areas because they are designated to buy from certain areas. So, Speaker, we have made a recommendation that we should enhance extension services and farmer support. We established that actually most of the farmers were waiting for Makueni to release vehicles from the headquarters and go and buy mangoes from Kitise, from Kibwezi West, and Makindu, which actually was information that was not within the farmers. They didn't know that they were supposed to supply the mangoes to Kalamba or conduct their cooperatives so that they can buy from them. They waited for the county government. That is why you can see squarely all the blame is resting on the county government of Makueni, Mr. Speaker. Then we have said we should sensitize the farmers on other markets apart from the Makueni fruit processing plant. The Speaker, we have said we can only take less than 1% or 1%. So where will the 99.99%, Mr. Speaker, go? It will go to waste. So we should actually sensitize our farmers to tell them that the fruit processing plant is not going to take everything from us. So, Speaker, we have another recommendation: increase collaborations with Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services, that is KEFIS, and other partners to train farmers on good agricultural and post-harvest practices. And 8, public participation and stakeholder engagement, encourage more public participation forums, oversight engagements, and multi-agency task forces to monitor mango uptake, safeguard farmer interests, and ensure timely uptake from more wards. This is what I've really said, and we can use actually the NAV CDP or the circles which have been established in every ward, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that every ward has some people who are buying mangoes from them. So, Speaker, the government to petition the national government for the subsidy support since it is one of the main cash crops in Makueni. So, Speaker, we've seen members of parliament from Western pushing or rather fighting for their sugarcane. We've seen farmers from Meru and other counties fighting for their tea and coffee. Why are our members of parliament not fighting for our mangoes, Mr. Speaker? We have been left on our own. Mr. Speaker, this is quite unfair. We are just going to petition them to make sure that, and actually the petition should actually come from the Makueni County Assembly to petition them to tell them that we are getting a lot of losses. At one point, Mr. Speaker, we met at Kalamba with Honorable Manzo. I told him, you are failing us. They are failing us, Mr. Speaker, because we cannot hear their voices, especially on the uptake of mangoes, Mr. Speaker. So it is important that we send them, we petition the national government to make sure that we get our share. I saw Mira the other day when His Excellency, the Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was the president. He gave them 1.1 billion, Mira, for Mira. Why can't we be given the 1.1 billion for mangoes, Mr. Speaker? Because actually this will solve our problems once and for all. Because what is constraining us is actually financial muscle, not where we're going to get the produce, because we have the produce. So, Speaker, the county government should petition, that one I've said, to consider increasing the space at the Makueni fruit processing plant for storage of drums at the Peri and the process ready to drink juice as the current space is inadequate. We found that actually, very soon, if we produce more than a million, if you take more than 1 million kilograms of the mangoes, we will not have storage at Kalamba, Mr. Speaker. That's a fact. We were there and we found that actually space is not there, it's missing. Then to increase the number of technical staff, especially the engineer, the committee, noted that the Makueni fruit processing plant operates with only one engineer. So, Speaker, the plant is understaffed. We don't have staff. In fact, most of them are on contract, Mr. Speaker. They can be picked 10 times and will get into problems. So, Speaker, it is worth noting because today I was in one of the local radio stations, Mr. Speaker, and somebody claimed that within the financial year 23-24, we had around 500 drums. Actually, he said even today, if we go there, the drums are there. That is a lie, Mr. Speaker. We have the data. In the year 2017-2018, Mr. Speaker, the drums which are spoiled, Mr. Speaker, there are only 3. In 2018-2019, Mr. Speaker, the drums which were spoiled were 397, Mr. Speaker. In 2019-2020, Mr. Speaker, the drums which were rotten and were thrown away were 75. So, Speaker, 2020-21, the drums which were spoiled were 189. 21-22, they were 111. 22-23, they were 65. 23-24, they were 172. Then 24-25, they were only 64. Mr. Speaker, somebody said we have about 500 drums. You know, we have to call a spade a spade. Why should somebody cheat the whole world that we have a lot of spoiled drums when actually we don't have any? So, Speaker, if you look at these figures, because the lifespan, the shelf life, what? Shelf what? Shelf life, yeah? Yeah. The shelf life for the puree is actually, I think it was told it is 2.5 years. That member whom we are discussing together in the radio sessions, we are saying there were 4 years. So if you take the 4 years or even 2.5, you find that within the time of this regime, we have lost only 64 drums, Mr. Speaker. All the others were lost during the other regime. They want to heap everything on us, Mr. Speaker. We should be very, 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 very clear on this. Because if the lifespan for the drums, for the puree is 2.5 years, and I've given the tabulation, it is in public domain, Mr. Speaker. It is unfair to say that the MCAs within this season are sleeping. They are going to bed with the governor. That's why they cannot talk about the mangoes, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate. So the records should be as such. And Mr. Speaker, again, for the record,
I would wish to say that the budget for 23-24 was 11,869,000 for buying of mangoes. 24-25 was 13,195,60 shillings. And then finally, 25-26, this financial year was 20,594,140, Mr. Speaker. So you can look at the trend. We are going up, but the mangoes actually gave us a shock of our life, Mr. Speaker, because we didn't have cold stalls. The exporters did not come in handy. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Corporate Development, I wish to extend special gratitude to the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk for the support offered to the committee, and I hereby present the report on the inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by the Makueni Fruit Processing Plant in the financial year 25-26 to the County Assembly for consideration and adoption. I call upon the member for Kivungo Kitundu, who is also the majority leader, to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second this motion. And Honorable Speaker,
turn on the microphone.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as we look at this investigative report from the Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Speaker, you may note that all this data we have been given is relying entirely on what has been provided by the department and especially by the factory itself. So, Honorable Speaker, we as a committee have relied on that particular information, and they have tried as much as possible to break the figures into something at least logical. They have shown that the people who supply the mangoes, the cooperatives. They have shown the source of the mangoes, as in the farmers. They have shown even the registration numbers of the vehicles, and they have shown the waiting at the weighbridge at the factory. So all these reports and what we are getting from social media is rather contradicting, Honorable Speaker. And I would say it's rather contradicting because we are receiving reports from our farmers. Some are saying they never saw the cooperatives in their areas. Some are saying probably their mangoes are rotting. But now, from what we have received from the factory, Honorable Speaker, it's like they are on top of things, only that they don't have the capacity to process as much mangoes as possible. Honorable Speaker, dates on contention on this report are the 8th and the 9th, which are the first days of the purchase. Honorable Speaker, in this report, you'll realize that there are some figures about 300 metric tons were supplied within those 2 days. Honorable Speaker, you'll also notice that only 3 cooperatives were very active during this time, those 3 days. So, Honorable Speaker, as we look into this report, I would urge that probably you instruct us to go further into the report and go deeper into the farms so that we may know what is actually affecting our farmers. Honorable Speaker, about the recommendations and the findings, these are the true facts based on the report we received from the factory. And what we are calling now the recommendations are just our true observation of what should be done to that factory to make it functional. To the people of Makueni, it's good to note that with 20 million, you can actually purchase very little. And if you calculate with the price of 24 per kg, then you'll find that I don't know how many tons can be purchased with that amount. So, Honorable Speaker, we are recommending in future to have quite some good budget for purchase of mangoes so that we may avoid the post-harvest losses. Honorable Speaker, we are also recommending to have cold storages everywhere in the sub-counties so that we may store our mangoes waiting for a season where there is no backlog so that we may process our mangoes. So, Honorable Speaker, as I second this motion, I would urge members probably to critically examine it and understand that the work of the Committee on Agriculture could not go beyond what we have presented today. But we believe this Assembly has a duty to further this investigation so that we may achieve better results for the people of Makueni. Because I believe there is something we should unveil about what is happening in Kalamba Fruit Processing Factory. So with those submissions, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose a question that this Assembly adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock Fisheries, Cooperative Development on the inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by Makueni County Fruit Processing Plant in the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the Assembly on 10th of February 2026. Floor is open for me. Member for Kakwaya Ward.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The truth of the matter is that the farmers have experienced a lot of losses on mangoes. And this one, I will say, there was some poor management on how to buy the mangoes from respective wards, because you find that the mangoes were about maybe a few kilometers from the Makueni fruit processing plant in Kilele Kalamba, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the budgets, you have seen that every year we have been increasing the budgets of mango purchase. And this year, something abnormal has happened, Honorable Speaker. It is not only in Makueni, even in Machakos, even Nairobi. Those who have means to transport mangoes to Nairobi, you'll find that the mango price has gone down. The mango which we sell at a retail price in Nairobi at 20 bob, now we are selling at 10 or 5. It means there is a lot of mangoes in the market, Honorable Speaker. Some time back, we could see a lot of lorries coming from Tanzania, but they have come very late to come and buy mangoes from us, Honorable Speaker. And I wonder how comes some members are saying that Tanzania, they supplied mangoes to Makueni Fruit Processing Plant. Just imagine, when we are selling a mango at 5 bob, within Kilele Kalamba and even within Wote and Nziu, how can you go for mangoes from Tanzania? Honorable Speaker, some arguments don't add up. And they are political and just meant to tint the government of Makueni and tint the image of this county assembly, Honorable Speaker. On the issue whereby we have some puree, mango puree, which expired, that is. I've seen that we have some drums, like 54, 300 and something, and all that, Honorable Speaker. I think it is high time the government of Makueni, we should think and also add some little money to process that puree to ready-to-drink mango juice and be supplied to our little learners in ECD, because this one will increase the nutrition value for the learners. Also, like time like this, when we have drought and we don't have sufficient food, that one will keep the learners in school. Also, they will be very attentive when they are going through learning process, Honorable Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I will say there is a lot of politics in this mango. mango patches, whereby everybody is just pulling to his side, on the political side and all that, Honorable Speaker. And I therefore ask the honorable members, let us speak the truth. And I've just heard that the CEO has been sacked or has been sent home for investigation to follow. Honorable Speaker, there is a reason why a CEO must be sent home. Maybe there was pressure from outside. Also, there was malpractice, maybe fraud and all that. And that one, I think the governor will do a thorough investigation and come up with a report, which should be tabled on this report to know what was exactly happening. Because we may blame the governor while the people in that entity, they are the one who are messing the government. We cannot be painted black as County Assembly of Makueni, whereby we have provided the right budget, we have provided, even we have approved the budget within the expected period. That is before 30th June. And then we fail our farmers by the executive not buying mangoes from them and also managing the process to make sure that the farmers are happy. Honorable Speaker, we are here to defend the farmers. I'm in a support system. My support system, that is the farmers of Kako Waiya, whereby they must, or the government must buy mangoes from them so that I can survive. Because without them, I can't survive, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Mlale Malwood.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise in support of the report, but there are some pertinent issues that I maybe not agree with the committee. But however, when they talk of budget, Honorable Speaker, it is true, due to certain factors, which the Committee on Agriculture is not telling us, the plant operates only for 3 months. After 9 months in a year, the plant is closed. So the employees who are, I think they have 9 or 13 of them, who are the permanent employees, they only work for 3 months, but they get paid for a year. This brings in the issue of budgeting. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind this Honorable House that why I want to particularly place the blame to this Honorable House, and specifically the Agriculture Committee, because there is a statement which I brought here last year, Honorable Speaker, which was dealing with all major county investments, Honorable Speaker. The Kalamba, the Makindu, the Kathonzweni, all those serious investment, worth the billions of money, Honorable Speaker. But the committee took a year to give response to this matter, Honorable Speaker. On the response on the matter, Honorable Speaker, they were very particular that for Kalamba to operate and to help our farmers, Honorable Speaker, we need not less than 200 million so that we can fund Kalamba, so that at least it can operate in a whole year. What has been produced by our farmers, we should be rejoicing because the yield is high, but the earning is very low. Our farmers are experiencing a lot of loss, Honorable Speaker. If that matter was handled before the last financial year, then we should not be crying of losses as a county government, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, the Committee on Agriculture, as we agree that some of the responses you have brought this Honorable House meet the requisite demand, then it is very clear that you have failed in oversight and implementing what should take place. Honorable Speaker, one, production of coffee, tea is done in Kenya, but marketing is done internationally. We need to be sober, objective, and focused to ensure that we don't only rely on Kalamba, but we deal with even international markets. If you go to Middle East, and I want every member to Ngungu, the price of a mango, a piece on the Middle East countries, it is more than 200 shillings, a piece. Goes because that is one of the sources of the marketing for our people. Honorable Speaker, there must be serious funding from the national government. Tea, pyrethrum, coffee, sugarcane are funded from the exchequer. We have realized even Mira, it receives some money from Exchequer. We need serious legislation, even in the National Assembly, because it's where the national budget is done. We only receive very little. If we get enough resources from the national government, and if our legislator at national house in the parliament are active enough, we could get some funding. Mango classification, citrus classification is not helping our people. So we to some extent, we will blame the devolution because agriculture has been partly devolved, but the resources are still held in Nairobi. So the committee now must move ahead, and we make this recommendation, and we push Senate to ensure that mango farming in Makueni is funded from the national government. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about Kalamba, I think we need to move out of the local politics because there is a lot of politics in Kalamba, and be sober and objective enough so that at least we solve the problem of our farmers, because the source of our economy and what can fund most of the problem facing our people is funding our agriculture and our circles. If our circles, because we have what we call the word circles, because that is where the problem is. If our circles are empowered fully, to an extent of initiating and ensuring that they can seek for international market, then we will have dealt with mango, citrus, and all other crops. It is not only mango, but many crops, Honorable Speaker. Finally, I don't want to talk about where mango came from, because the production in Makueni has been high. But the surprise is, when you hear your farmers, no farmers from Emali is saying, I sold some mango to the Kalamba plant. But when Honorable Munyao brings the booklet, there are a list of farmers who sold mango from my ward. This brings the issue of there is no transparency. There is that element of transparency in Kalamba. And that is what has to be held. And I think that is one reason why the CEO was suspended from office, so that at least there can be serious investigation. So we need a report, a good report, to give responses to our farmers. What really happened? What really transpired? Why is it that there was not enough or controlled or balancing purchase of mango across the board? Why is it that we got, but I heard someone from Kilili, just from 200 meters from the plant, saying that she didn't sell her mango to the plant. So I wonder if a neighbor of the plant cannot enjoy the heavy investment from wood, who will then enjoy that heavy investment from our county? So the Committee on Agriculture must seriously work on this. The Budget Committee must factor in this fiscal year and ensure that there is serious funding, because if we push the blame to the executive and there is no funding, and that is what we should be doing, then how considerate are we? How are we solving the problem if we don't fund that man? And what is needed in Kalamba is serious funding. So in the allocation of this year, because we are going for budget making, we must ensure that Kalamba operates for 12 months. Kalamba operates throughout the year. The big surprise is, after the puree is produced, where do we sell our puree to? Why don't we see some funds revolving? Because every year this house allocates resources to Kalamba. Then my big question is, we expect those resources to be revolved back to the plant and back to the farmers. Where do these crops go? The autonomy of Kalamba is another issue, Honorable Speaker. We should not be dealing with an independent, it is a parastatal. But if you question where has the sales from previous years is, they tell you they have channeled the resources to the account revenue fund. Why is it that there is no autonomy in Kalamba? We need to see Kalamba operating autonomous fully, including, because that has not been captured, but I have captured that we have to make it operate independently, because that independence in operation is also another problem. So this house will not just fund Kalamba, but we want to fund Kalamba and see some success in Kalamba, because that success is what succeeds our people. So finally, Honorable Speaker, as I sit down, let the Committee on Agriculture compose themselves. Let them follow up with the recommendations they are making. Let us ask them see how we can help our farmers, because it is only, we say agriculture is the backbone of our economy. If we don't fund agriculture, If we don't support agriculture, if we don't support our farmers, then how will it be truly the backbone of our county? Finally, a proper investigation is needed in Kalamba. We need to investigate that matter later to establish, is it true that there were some mangoes from outside the county? Because the committee might just got some report. We need serious investigation on that matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Keywood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I stand to oppose this report. First, because it is not fair to note that we have had almost 20 million to purchase mangoes for our farmers, and no single kg or a single mango was bought from my ward. And that shows a lot of unfairness, and it brings also the issue of conflict of interest. As we all know, the fruit processing plant is in Kilili, Kalamba ward. From the reports, we also know that the chairman, Committee on Matters Agriculture, is the MCA for Kilili, Kalamba ward. It is also evident from the report that that is the ward that supplied the highest number of kgs. So we cannot send the hyena to be the judge in a goat's case. We cannot accept that this report, after I had talked to I don't think I need to be informed. Mr. Speaker,
the member is saying that he's not.
I didn't. That point of correction, Mr. Speaker. My proverb is meant to support my point of conflict of interest.
Is a member actually, in order to say that you cannot send a niner, of course referring to the chair, to go and investigate. Mr. Speaker, I had a committee. And this committee that I had as members, as some other members. And it seems like there's some information which has escaped his eyes, because I've sent to the third assembly and he has it. The Kalamba Fruit Cooperative Society has given a total of 116 kilos, 580. Kika Farmers to date has given 117, 200.
Move out of the motion. Are you on a point of order, or you are making clarifications?
Yes, I mean,
now,
Mr. Speaker.
These clarifications, you will respond to the motion. You have a special time to respond.
Thank you.
Yes. Otherwise, you will not interject to inform every member. You will have an opportunity to respond to the motion. Proceed on. Proceed.
But my point was, Mr. Speaker, no mangoes were bought from my ward, be it by whichever cooperative. None of the cooperatives bought mangoes from K-ward. That point should be very well noted. I also indicated that Kilili Kalamba ward is the ward that hosts the fruit processing plant. And it is where the chairman of Committee Matters Agriculture comes from. So I am opposing this report because we cannot send the chairman being a politician, to go and investigate on matters, mangoes, and he has conflict of interest to protect his farmers to buy mangoes from other wards. I have an SMS from one of the cooperative leaders saying that, texting me, saying that my farmers should not pick mangoes because of issues and circumstances that could not be avoided. We had a budget of 13 million, and it was added. The additional money was meant for the wards which did not supply mangoes. So, I recommend that, Mr. Speaker, you direct this House to have an independent committee to go and do an investigation on this matter. I also oppose this report because it says they have given the ECM 3 weeks. 3 weeks is a lot of time. Our farmers are crying. We need a very short time to ensure that if there are reports that indicate there are farmers, there are mangoes which didn't come from, didn't follow the right procedure, they shouldn't be paid, and those monies should be used to buy mangoes to our farmers, and the wards that didn't supply mangoes should benefit. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I think we are lying to ourselves when we say we need to add budgets. The chair has just confirmed that there are drums of puree which got expired. If we mean we are going to add budget, that means we are going to waste monies meant for development for our people to do production for something that does not have market. So we need to think outside the box, and my proposal is that we privatize this plant and do away with these losses. We cannot operate for 3 months and then lock the factory for other 9 months, and we are paying the people who are working there. We need to think outside the box and do what is necessary to benefit our county. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the report, Mr. Speaker. And as I support the report,
Yes, Honorable Ali. Honorable members, you are more than 20 on the queue. I will give you an opportunity. Sorry?
haina shida.
Oh, he's a member of the committee. Proceed, Honorable Ali.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've said that I stand to support the report. And as I support the report, Mr. Speaker, as a House, we are very aware that there is an outcry from the farmers. That one we acknowledge. But it's also good that we as members of this House, that we give the public the right information, which I think when the information is very right to the public is able to understand where things are not getting into the right way. Mr. Speaker, as I make my contribution, allow me to project this. When we got into this House, Mr. Speaker, in the year 2023, I remember we had a discussion about Kalamba. And Mr. Speaker, the Kalamba facility, there was only production of puree. And I want to acknowledge what the governor has done, because the governor has gone ahead to ensure there is ready-to-drink line that was installed. So before the installation of the line, then it means that, Mr. Speaker, the facility was able to produce just the puree. But today, the people of Makueni are able to see a finished product in the supermarkets and also in the markets. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, that is something that we need to acknowledge, that something good has been done. Point number 2, Mr. Speaker, from the recommendation of the committee, one of the recommendations is that we can think about the cold storage rooms. We can think about collaboration with the partners. We can think about having an allocation from the national government, from the exchequer, which I think, to me, is a right thing. But there is one thing that we need to tell the people of Makueni. One is that Kalamba crude processing plant can only consume 4,000 metric tons. And that is against the total production by the people of Makueni, 183,000 metric tons. Meaning, if that is 1% of the consumption by the facility, then 99% cannot be consumed by the facility. And that is one production cycle. That's why, as part of the recommendation, we say that to enhance processing efficiency of the facility, then we need to think about the cold rooms that are very important. When we have a storage in those cold rooms, then when the production cycle at the peak goes, then the facility is able to run again, which I think, to me, Mr. Speaker, it is very important. Point number 2, on the same, when we are talking about a budget to buy mangoes from the farmers, and for this budget, whereby we allocated 12 million, then to me, and when we visited the facility, it was very small. Because, Mr. Speaker, for us now to purchase effectively 4,000 metric tons, we need almost like 100 million to do that. Meaning, if we have 4,000 metric tons that can be purchased, and the Makueni is able to produce 183 metric tons, that is almost 45 times the production level that need to be thought about. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about a committee in agriculture that in one way or the other has failed, it is also important to note that we need to think about how we need to place bunches in that so that mangoes can be bought. Well, therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, let me say this, Mr. Speaker. If we can talk about cash crops, and for this matter, I tend to believe that the people of Makueni, mangoes is their cash crop in one way or the other. So if we can talk about cash crops in the other counties, then our MPs, members of the National Assembly, they need to wake up and also think in the lines of their people that they represent at the national level. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we cannot sit down and say, let other counties be funded from the exchequer to make transactions in terms of production and marketing of their crops, while in Makueni, we are not getting anything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kadonzweni, what? And honorable members, you will have to limit your contributions. Don't repeat what has been said, to also give other members an opportunity. Condense your contribution. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the report from the Chair, Agriculture. It is a good report because, Mr. Speaker, of course, it is based on the information that they received from the department. However, Mr. Speaker, I have some concern on some
Honorable
issues.
Member for Kadonzweni, motion time.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I support. I support, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I raise my concern as far as that report is concerned. Mr. Speaker, the chair has said that the mangoes were bought from the farmers. The mangoes were bought from farmers, but Mr. Speaker, the chair has not provided the list of farmers as per the cooperative. Because, Mr. Speaker, we need to know whether the members of that cooperative called Makua or the Chale something benefited, or their mangoes were bought by their cooperative, because the cooperative can go and buy mango from other farmers, right? So that one, Mr. Speaker, I did not get it. Mr. Speaker, also we want to know, this cooperative, before the cooperative was given a mandate to supply mango to Kalamba, the cooperative was given an LPO, a purchase order. What was the quantity per cooperative? And what was the daily delivery per cooperative? Mr. Speaker, that has not been provided. Mr. Speaker, again, we have seen the first week, especially the 8th, 9th, and 10th, a lot of mangoes being supplied in a hurry, something like that. Mr. Speaker, that also leaves a lot of doubt. And Mr. Speaker, I have identified there is a gap of management. There is mismanagement of Kalamba fruit processing plant. And this mandate goes to the CEO, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the social media, we were seeing an driver is claiming that I stayed outside the gate for more than 3 days. Mr. Speaker, we did not see any report from the CEO in regards to that matter. That lorry was carrying a lot of mangoes, and those mangoes were coming from farmers. The CEO did not speak about that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead. The committee has given us a report. But before I go to that, Mr. Speaker, I was going through that, that file of farmers yesterday, and I noticed something that the chair and the committee has not raised, and they know it, that you find that there are farmers, 3 farmers, who they have been said to come from Watenzio ward on this particular day, and on another day, they are said to come from Ukia ward. Different, same farmers, alteration of the quantity of mangoes, but different ward agricultural officers signing, different forms. Mr. Speaker, that the chair has not handled. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I wish to request that as per Standing Order 210, allow me not to read it because I don't have, and these gadgets are not reading.
Proceed and conclude.
Mr. Speaker, the 210 allows the Public Investment Accounts Committee a full mandate on the county public investments. Mr. Speaker, this report needs to be examined. This report, the working of Kalamba, need to be investigated by the PIC committee, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the PIAC, of course, the committee led by Honorable Kimongo, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, allow me to finish, Mr.
Proceed
Speaker.
and conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to dwell on the politics around Kalamba because
30
these
seconds.
mangoes.
Conclude.
Mr. Speaker, these mangoes, in quotes, kuna mango zingine. Lakini, Mr. Speaker, let me say that let us handle the issue of mango, Kalamba, soberly so that we can help the people of Makueni. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let us minimize unnecessary interjections. Whatever is not in order, just package. I will give you an opportunity, you execute at the same time. Otherwise, we'll spend the next 20 minutes not giving others members opportunity to speak. So, are you sure you have a valid point of order? Proceed.
Is a member really in order to stand and say he supports the report, and at the same time to say the report needs to go to another committee for investigation? Surely, where are we? Where is the fear?
Okay.
We need to either supporting the report or we are not supporting the report.
Just
Simple.
a minute. Honorable Mudoka, the member said, that's why I asked you, are you sure you have a point of order? The member said he supports the report as it is. But he has made his recommendation that the matter needs to be further investigated by another committee or by IBC. Now, so what is wrong with this statement? Whether it is right or wrong, will you vote with him or not with him? Now, I'm avoiding this debate. Order, Honorable Muthoka. Just a minute. Honorable Muthoka. If a member is given an opportunity and has supported a motion and has gone ahead to say many other things, you can't gag them to say and conclude in that manner. Honorable member from Lale Mali started by supporting, but he said so many other things. There's a member who opposed, but also said something good about the report. Are you getting? I don't know. It is Honorable Mans who acknowledged good things done by, but he opposed. So we can't tell him once you oppose, say everything is good. So tell us. Order, member, order, Honorable Muthoka. Order, Honorable Muthoka. Now, do you want to get to the space of a member of a county assembly who is debating? It is his space, so allow him to exercise this. Honorable Elizabeth Muli. And if we could restrict our contribution to 4 minutes, you'll give another member an opportunity to speak and we'll be able to dispense these minutes. 3 minutes. Honorable Elizabeth.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will, by virtue of my independence, I will oppose this report. And why I will oppose this report is where the chair started and began. Honorable Speaker, when the chair started moving the motion, he said, indicated there was outcry in the social media and media outlets on the mango issue in Makueni County. And Honorable Speaker, part of that outcry, the member for Nzawi Kilili Kalamba was adversely mentioned in the same outcry that went to the social media and the media houses. So, Honorable Speaker, why I oppose, this member should have just excused himself from the operations of the Committee on Agriculture and allowed that the vice chair of that committee took up the mandate to carry out the investigation with other members, because from where I sit, as a conflicted member and as the chair of the committee, and as a member of where this particular plant is, we may not know what kind of an extent of influence he may have as a member and as a chair Committee on Agriculture. So, Honorable Speaker, I would request, because the outburst was too much and it's still too much for the people, from the people of Makueni, that we have an independent committee guided by your wisdom to get into this matter, because even as I sit here, I do not have any attachments supporting the report that has been shared to us. We have no documentation to show who belongs to what cooperative, which farmers were bought these mangoes. We do not have. And we cannot say these are the particular farmers who got access to the circles. And Honorable Speaker, even we do not have any documentation to see how the Kalamba Fruit Processing acquired these cooperatives, how they were issued, how the procurement was done, and how they were offered the LPOs. Honorable Speaker, if today you are giving a cooperative, you have procured a cooperative and you have indicated to these members, because a schedule was shared to all the members, that this particular cooperative will do a purchase of mangoes in Mavindini. You must access and you must assess that this cooperative is able to visit Mavindini, buy the mangoes from the farmers in Mavindini, and deliver to the plant. So we also need to know, how was this procurement done? Was capacity analyzed? Because we cannot put our farmers under this pain, Honorable Speaker. Whether there is a budget or no budget, the 20 million should have been felt by all the farmers of Makueni. At least we should be having people in every ward where we have mango producing wards, all of us saying we have a farmer in Thanke who has sowed mangoes, we have a farmer in Mavindini who has sowed, we have farmers in Kasike who have sowed mangoes. But as it is, Honorable Speaker, it's only a few wards. And yesterday I happened to see a sheet that was running across containing 10 wards that mangoes were bought. So where are the rest? We have around 20 wards or over 20 wards that produce mangoes in Makueni. So where were the rest? Does it mean that these farmers have been disadvantaged because a certain cooperative was given an opportunity to go and buy mango there and they were not in a position to buy? How was that procurement done? Honorable Speaker, it is a disarray for me to hear that a farmer had to ferry their mangoes and it is going to be invoiced at the entrance of the plant. What kind of procurement is that, Honorable Speaker? So why I want an independent investigation on this matter, Honorable Speaker, is because we need to unearth all these things. It may not give a solution now, but we are going to help the farmers and the county government in the next mango season. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Tangwood. I'll give you 4 minutes or less.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to oppose the report. Reasons: one, Honorable Speaker, the report has given us the way forward about Kalamba and not what happened in Kalamba. Honorable Speaker, the way forward for Kalamba, you and me and everybody, even the electorates, they know the way forward for Kalamba. So the chair and the committee, they don't need to come and tell us the way forward. They should have told us what happened in Kalamba. Number two, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the chair, Francis Mutuku, has been accused on 2 occasions. Occasion number 1, Honorable Speaker, there's a lorry driver who claimed, and I will share the clip in our official group, who said he was blocked from delivering his mangoes because the MCA, who happens to be the chair of this committee, the lorries for MCA were to come. So that's the reason that I will share, Honorable Speaker, I will share the clip where the driver was claiming that he was, I will share, there's no problem, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, number 2, the chair, there's a conflict of interest, Honorable Speaker, in this matter. Why? The chair himself, people are saying he's the one who supplied the bigger portion of the mangoes in terms of individuals. Honorable Speaker, I'm concluded. Today in the morning, Honorable Speaker, in one of the local radio stations, he confirmed that he supplied over 9,000. So what our people were saying, somehow it is true. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, I request this assembly, which is led by you, Honorable Speaker. We have 2 powerful committees in this house. The committee led by Kimongo, the PAC, and the committee led by member for Masongaleni, PIC, should be given this mandate to bring a detailed report on what happened to Kalamba, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I oppose. In fact, Honorable Speaker, lastly, Honorable Speaker, I've forgotten something. Honorable Speaker, if you check, a schedule was shared with us by the Waziri Agriculture. Zoning, all those cooperatives, they had been zoned. For example, in our constituency, Honorable Speaker, although I'm also saying that we don't farm mangoes, we do baobabs. Honorable Speaker, in the morning, that's what the chair said, Honorable Speaker, and he's bringing a nice report. So, Honorable Speaker, there was zoning of cooperatives. Honorable Speaker, we need to get a detailed report from those cooperatives where they purchase mangoes from my ward, Makindu, Masongaleni, Kaskeo, a detailed report, number, the name of that person, the number and the ID, so that we can cross-check. Honorable Speaker, why is it that only 3 cooperatives purchased almost 3/4. They delivered 3/4 of the supply which was done to Kalamba. And during that time, there are claims that most of us was inside. So, Honorable Speaker, we need this matter to be taken by serious committees. Most of Honorable Francis Mutuko, we cannot accept his report, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Member for what is your word? Honorable Felix Boniface Mates.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of my farmers, Mr. Speaker, and I as a farmer, I oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time we are having harvest losses for mangoes, Mr. Speaker. This has been happening, Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, this year, Mr. Speaker, it was one of the worst, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why I oppose because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the proximity of my ward to the factory, Mr. Speaker, you realize it's just a few kilometers, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I must have been one of the, actually the members who have benefited, all the ward that has benefited, Mr. Speaker. Since we are just next, Zio to Kalamba is just very near. Mr. Speaker, the cooperative mandated to buy mangoes in this ward, Mr. Speaker, was completely inactive, Mr. Speaker. It is a person I talked to, is a neighbor, and Mr. Speaker, he was not able to buy mangoes from us, Mr. Speaker. The reason, we don't know why, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we actually had a lot of losses, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I even went ahead, Mr. Speaker, met with the administrators in my ward, and we actually had to call the cooperative to know why they are not buying mangoes, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, to my surprise, is that the explanation they gave is that this was only mandated to 3 cooperatives, Mr. Speaker, and they were not able to even buy mangoes and sell to the factory, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we had to get a lot of losses in our ward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to me, Mr. Speaker, we need to come up with a solution for this, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, looking at last year, when mangoes were being bought, there were pack houses all over. Actually, a pack house here in my ward actually collected a lot of money. What happened? Because we didn't see them this time around buy mangoes, Mr. Speaker. We need to investigate, and we are supposed to get even from this report why the processors did not come to buy mangoes. We are not taught why this time they did not come to purchase mangoes from our farmers, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, another thing, it's quite unfair, Mr. Speaker, for money to be allocated to benefit all the wards and just to hand up benefits, just a few wards, Mr. Speaker. That is not fair, Mr. Speaker, because we should have equity, and every ward should benefit out of the budgets that we are allocating, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, see how this report and these gaps in this report can be done with another independent committee, Mr. Speaker, so that we can add the truth of this matter, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Leader of Majority, Deputy, Minority, Deputy Oldon. Honorable Janet Kitum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I will not support this report. I am not going to support this report, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, this report is not rescuing anyone else, any farmer in Makueni. Mr. Speaker, the report indicated that 3 circles sold mangoes to Kalamba Fruit Processing Plant. And I asked myself, Mr. Speaker, why 3? What happened to the other circles? Why did they sell the mangoes there, Mr. Speaker? Because they have mangoes, Mr. Speaker. What is the root cause of not delivering mangoes to the Kalamba Fruit Processing Plant? Mr. Speaker, I was looking at the budget when the committee is saying that the budget should be raised, Mr. Speaker, for the coming season for mangoes, Mr. Speaker. And I'm asking myself, if there is no code room, what will be the purpose of adjusting that budget, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, according to me, the fruit processing plant need to be diversified, Mr. Speaker, so that it can absorb volumes of mangoes, Mr. Speaker, and also other fruits which are being produced in this county, and they just go to waste. They get lost in the hands of, protect me, Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of murmuring in the room.
Honorable members from the majority side, may you consult on Lotto. Proceed.
Yeah, we have a lot of avocados, we have a lot of fixes and oranges, Mr. Speaker, which go to waste. Why doesn't this plant get diversified, Mr. Speaker, to absorb all these fruits, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that this plant be private, because we cannot be standing to lose all the seasons we are losing. Farmers are going at a loss. Let it be privatized. And another proposal, Mr. Speaker, is that because the budget committee has been sleeping on its job, let it be disbanded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Member for Trimani, what? Just hold on, member for Trimani.
Because the Committee of Agriculture has been sleeping on its job, Mr. Speaker, let it be disbanded.
Member for Tulimani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm on the floor. And Mr. Speaker, I want from the onset to support the report. Mr. Speaker, being a member of that Committee on Agriculture, I personally visited Kalamba fruit processing plant. And we have the reports with us here. I wish members could care, not just because, of course, reading from, I'm not a prophet of doom, but I know the end result of this. I can tell you for free. Whether we vote or we don't vote, I can imagine where it is going to go. Because we have been around for long. Mr. Speaker, James 4:17, for those who care, states that, therefore, to him who knows to do good and does not do it, to him it's a sin. This verse, Mr. Speaker, of course, defines sin, not only something, only committing the wrong, but also failing to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, here, we are talking of something that went wrong completely, and we truly sympathize with our farmers, myself being one of them. Mr. Speaker, the farmers have undergone a lot of losses. In fact, some of them are even saying they are about to cut the mango trees and take them away and plant something else. Ndengu, you know, these peanuts, nyukukaranga, if you like. So therefore, as we debate, Mr. Speaker, it's important to say that, like there's a man who was caught somewhere doing something and he said, makosa imefanyika, quote, and he was beaten thoroughly. So makosa imefanyika hapa, Mr. Speaker, and something must happen. It's not about Committee on Agriculture. It can be investigated by any other committee, but the end result is let the farmer of Makueni get a benefit of what they have sweated for, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I know there is some investigations that are also going by independent bodies out there. And soon the report will be coming out. Mr. Speaker, there is also a committee on general oversight of this House, which is more superior than any other committee. And that can also be used. We are not saying the Agriculture Committee are angels, Mr. Speaker. We are also beneficiaries. We are also, members who have also gone through losses. So what we only say, we went, identified, and especially for the 3 days. But when we are mixing politics and what we need to help our farmers, because when somebody goes there and perhaps is paid to go and tarnish a member's name and say that this member, because now the politics will mix and confuse the farmers, Mr. Speaker. So those independent, without having, I'm saying I don't mind whoever goes to go, but let the farmer get that is right for him or her. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I urge honorable members, colleague, as we debate this, let us sympathize and even apologize to the people we represent. And even the recommendation here are talking about more cold storages, more, because as it is even now, the international community or the exporters stopped buying our mangoes. We need to find out why. Without beating about the bush, no, to a committee, Mr. Speaker, because that may not really be the end solution. But as it is, God help us. I thank you.
Honorable John Mwandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to oppose this report. And I have a genuine reason. Why I'm opposing this report, I have listened carefully to the Chair Agriculture. And in my view, there are so many challenges in that fruit processing plant. I'm asking myself this question. Why was the fruit processing plant started in Makueni County? What was the focus? The main aim was to address the economic growth of our farmers in Makueni in the value chain of mangoes. Here we are. We had a budget of 13 million, which was allocated to benefit all farmers across Makueni County. I'm worried. Was the budget specific to a certain ward? Is the chair from budget for agriculture taking advantage on being the chair for agriculture to do what he has done and he has reported? And still I'm opposing because in my ward, my own place, Kalawa ward, we have not benefited. And it is also prudent for us to accept that this fruit processing plant is not enough to accommodate the mangoes of Makueni farmers. Then we come up with a resolution or a recommendation. Can we have a program where we can have a research and know the specific quantity that can accommodate the fruit processing plant so that we may plan effectively? Because failure to that, I don't see the meaning of adding more money because we'll be having same messes every season of mango. I have another question. Do we see value for money as honorable members in this project? Because all the money since the project was started, if we can cross-check what we have gained from the plant, we can come up with a different strategy of addressing the problems facing our farmers. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Majority is disrupting me with the Agriculture Chair.
Are you concerned on Lawton, Deputy Leader of Majority?
Thank you, sir.
May you, he has regarded the deputy over the chair because you are senior.
Yes.
Next time she will not recognize you, you will complain. Take it positively.
Respect is deserved here.
She has, order. Let's consult on Lawton, let us make progress. Fair enough. Chair Agriculture, consult on Lawton. Proceed, Honorable Jen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There is a very serious outcry because I believe this was an initiative which was started by the government as a value chain for mango. And this is our cash crop, and we have to protect and make sure economic growth to our farmers is adhered to. So, Honorable Speaker, it is my prayer you direct an independent committee, because what we are seeing, there are other things behind the scene we can't see. We need independent body to do this report for us. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Maswangaleni Ward.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to oppose this motion on the fact that, Mr. Speaker, this report does not address to the issues of the people I represent, the people of Maswangaleni Ward, Mr. Speaker. One key factor, Mr. Speaker, is the cooperative societies that have been listed to purchase mangoes from my farmers, Mr. Speaker, in all the 4 wards of Kibwezi East, Mr. Speaker. I stand here, Mr. Speaker, to confirm that no cooperative that has been listed in this schedule that has ever stepped foot in Maswangaleni, Mr. Speaker. And if anyone doubts my assertion, they can take time and visit Maswangaleni anytime and find out if there is any farmer who benefited from these cooperative comments on radio, Mr. Speaker, and asserted that the people from Kibwezi, Maswangaleni, where I come from, we are one of the biggest mango growers, Mr. Speaker. And also from my counterpart from Tange Ward and Mutitwandei, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of farmers doing mango farming, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, the excellent plan by the department to have these farmers cushioned from brokers was not achieved, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. And I urge, Mr. Speaker, your wisdom of the chair to direct and commit the investigations and the issues surrounding Kalamba, Mr. Speaker, to the watchdog committees of this assembly, Mr. Speaker. And we have 2 serious watchdog committees, Mr. Speaker, that oversee this assembly, and that is Public Accounts Committee and Public Investments Committee, Mr. Speaker. And if you so do, I'm very sure those committees will be able to bring a very detailed report addressing all issues that have affected farmers, not only in Kibwezi East, Kibwezi West, but all wards covering Makueni County, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Honorable Jackson Kimunyi, Deputy Leader of the Minority Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. First, I stand to oppose this report. Mr. Speaker, my reasons are because the report did not address the issues our farmers in Makueni were crying for. Mr. Speaker, I happened to join the Committee on Agriculture when they were visiting Kalamba fruit processing plant. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, what we found at Kalamba from the cooperatives, which were pre-qualified to buy mangoes from our farmers, was annoying. Mr. Speaker, it is true, we did not find mangoes from outside Makueni. But the cooperatives which were given that mandate, Mr. Speaker, did not live to the spirit of their contract, Mr. Speaker. These cooperatives, Mr. Speaker, one, I don't know, I did not hear the chair table the contract between the cooperatives and the Kalamba so that we can scrutinize and see, were they supposed to buy mangoes from their members only? Because from the interrogation we had from those cooperatives, they said they were buying mangoes from their members only. Was there anywhere in their contract which said that they were supposed to buy mangoes from their members? Mr. Speaker, also, yes, you have heard the chair saying we found the cooperative members at Kalamba waiting to receive mangoes. But it is true, Mr. Speaker, they were waiting to receive mangoes which they did not go to buy from the farmers, which was not the case. The cooperatives were contracted to go to the farmer, buy mangoes from the farmer at 19 shillings. Then they were given some 2-3 shillings to sell to Kalamba so that they can cater for transport and make some profit. That did not happen, Mr. Speaker. These cooperatives, they were just seated there, calling farmers, can you combine 2, 3, 4 farmers, get a rolly, bring your mangoes here, we are going to receive. What happened? Chair, you can confirm they were taking the mangoes to Kalamba. What happened? Chair, you can confirm they were taking the mangoes to Kalamba to benefit with the 23 shillings. That was not the spirit of their contract, Mr. Speaker. And that is where the cooperatives failed. Mr. Speaker, also we learned these cooperatives were supposed to ensure when they buy mangoes from the farmers, there was a form where the farmers had to sign. The agricultural officer in that ward, in that area, was supposed to sign that form to confirm these mangoes were bought from a farmer in Ukia. Mr. Speaker, when you scrutinize the forms here, which they took from Kalamba, because the report given by the committee relied only on the data they got from Kalamba, you will find even some of the farmers in those forms do not exist. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker. Because when they collected some mangoes to these senders, they just filled names. They signed. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we need to hold the agricultural officers who signed those forms to confirm these mangoes came from this particular farmer to account. Because in most of the forms, actually, they did not confirm whether the mangoes came from the farmers. And that is one of the issues which is making the people of Makueni cry, Mr. Speaker. The other issue is, Mr. Speaker, these cooperatives were not tied to buy mangoes from each ward. And you realize that most of the cooperatives, they bought mangoes within the premises of the plant. They bought mangoes within Zakika, Kalamba. They bought mangoes within Nzio area, and some extended to Ukia and the Emali Mulala ward, at the expense of the other wards, Mr. Speaker. They said they could not go to buy mango to Kakowaya or Mabindini because of the transport. They are not going to make anything. That is the reality, Mr. Speaker. We were duped by these cooperatives. Mr. Speaker, it is true that Kalamba alone cannot be a solution to the mango farmers in Makueni. A plant which is uptaking only 1% of what our people are producing. Are we getting anywhere? No. We need to, one, either expand the plant so that it can be able to uptake at least 20% of the mangoes. Also, have a cold rooms and a big cold room. The store we have there cannot even, we have been told it is holding only 250 metric tons. How many tons do we have in Makueni? In 1 or 2 days, it is full. We need a big cold room in Kalamba. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, if we have to succeed, Kalamba must be autonomous. In fact, the Kalamba, the puree which is being produced from Kalamba, it can be sold and the money be recycled. We should be saying the plant is continuous. It is selling the puree, it is putting back the money to buy mangoes, and the chain continues. But what is happening now, you have heard the chair say, they have already exhausted the budget which they ate. Now, nobody can take mangoes to Kalamba. Are we saving our farmers? No. Mr. Speaker, it is my opinion, when we are pre-qualifying these cooperatives, you realize that we have CDDC, Zakika. We have CDDCs in every ward. I challenge the procurement method which was used. Why did they not even pick CDDCs from the other wards? Why is Zakika alone? We need to question that. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, we needed to tie, Mr. Speaker, these cooperatives in each and every ward. We needed to have a cooperative buying mangoes like in Kakowaya, in Ukia, in Mavindini, in Masogaleni. Every ward needed to have a share of this money. It did not happen. Most of the share went to the wards within the plant. That was unfair, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to do a thorough investigation. This report is not helping our people. Mr. Speaker, you either appoint another committee, or you give the committee on public investment, or you cause the committee of the whole house to go and investigate this matter. This is not a small matter, and we need to do it as urgently as possible because our people are waiting for us to give a report which is giving solution. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, because most of the other mangoes were supposed to be bought by exporters, there are many allegations that the exporters who were buying mangoes in Makueni, they were given a condition to buy mango through these cooperatives. We did not hear the chair talk about that because that's some of the issue which shied most of the exporters from buying mangoes from our people. We need an investigation on that, Mr. Speaker. These exporters did not buy mangoes, and they are the ones which were offloading the mangoes from our farmers. Now, when they failed to buy because of a small condition which was given, they shied away, and they stopped coming to buy mangoes from our farmers. We need to investigate that and to get to know how true is this and why it was done, because our farmers are suffering, Mr. Speaker. By so saying, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this is a serious matter. It is a matter, Mr. Speaker, from where you sit, because one of the reasons why I joined Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, I also heard you from the media talking about mango which came from outside. And you being the Speaker and the head of this House, I wanted to go and establish how true is this, that mangoes came from outside. And I was surprised I did not see any sign of mango coming from Tanzania. I don't see any sign of mango coming from Mombasa. All the mango came from within Makueni. It is only that they came through a bad process, Mr. Speaker. and that is what made our farmers suffer. We need to dig deeper into this issue, and Mr. Speaker, please find it wise and very urgently to form another committee or give the Committee of Public Investment to investigate further and table a report that is giving full solution to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Elizabeth Mutindi, then Honorable Kalunda and Honorable Muthoka. Honorable Muthoka, the leader of the majority, you are. The majority leader spoke before. Proceed, Honorable Mutindi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I didn't wish to speak and break protocol, but I have been persuaded to say something. Honorable Speaker,
what is your position on the motion?
I rise to oppose the motion. Honorable Speaker, as members have said, this is supposed to be an investigatory report, Honorable Speaker, because it was necessitated by an outcry by the public. That is why the committee went into action to find out exactly what was making the public cry. However, Mr. Speaker, the committee does not hit the nail on the head, Honorable Speaker. It's a bit evasive. It gives us good solutions, but long-term solutions to the problem, but don't hit the nail on the head so that we can know exactly what happened, as many members have alluded. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, it is also lacking very vital attachments as proof of exactly what happened. Also, Mr. Speaker, I was just challenging the member, the chairperson, because they developed the TOR as a committee, which did not actually address the issues that the public was raising. And on that basis, Honorable Speaker, I wish to oppose, because this being a very good report does not address the issue at hand. I am a farmer, and I come from from an area where so many people have done mango farming, and I have heard the outcry by the people. We are not even able to speak. Mr. Speaker, we cannot speak without facts, and therefore we need a report, a good report that will come and address the issues so that we can give the same answers to our people. Honorable Speaker, this has been politicized, and we agree, but we do not wish that it continues. So we want to do a thorough investigation to actually know who is culpable so that they can be held to account, Honorable Speaker. If it is the Kalamba CEO or it is the cooperatives, we want to see them blacklisted for their malpractices and such issues. Those are the things we need to address. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Leader of the Minority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so far I think now the opinion is very clear and everybody is opposed to this motion. I would have wished by now the Honorable Chair for Agriculture would have called for some leave so that he can maybe withdraw this motion. And now that he has not done that, I will still continue supporting my side, the team from this side which is opposing this motion. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to salvage the Committee on Agriculture, but themselves they are not able to, because they have left that opportunity to only the Honorable Chair, who seems to be vulnerable at now, and also maybe the Honorable Leader of Majority, and maybe the former Leader of Majority. There are only three members from the Committee on Agriculture. It tells you. Thank you. Sorry for that. I meant.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker,
I meant.
Honestly speaking, you know, when we reduce the debate to become a joke, this is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker. It is either we oppose or we support. Simple. Why mention names? I am one farmer who is hurted by what is happening. So, Mr. Speaker, is a leader of minority. Now start lecturing on about names, who is opposing. Just oppose and put the question and then way forward for the interest of people of Makueni.
Thank you. He's my very great friend, so I will not respond. But I wanted to show how, if he says they are serious about the same, we needed to see at least a quorum of this committee. This committee did not come intentionally because they didn't want this motion to pass. That is the reason. That is the reason. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The good thing they are here, but only two were able to speak for this committee. That is the leader of majority and the former. The others did not want to speak. Honorable Speaker, as I started, Honorable Speaker.
Conclude, Honorable. Don't attract unnecessary point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Just narrow your contribution.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to start with first also congratulating the Honorable Muso's team for coming up with a very good schedule and a report towards the same when the outcry came. I must thank them for that. That is to show they are very responsible committee. It's a very responsible committee led by the Honorable former leader of majority, and I must thank them for that. I cannot bypass that. Honorable Muso has received a lot today from the members, and I must encourage him to tell him that sometimes it is difficult when leading, and you must accept that some people want to take advantage of that. Honorable Speaker, he has also highlighted a lot in terms of what they came up with. And my question, why I had to oppose, I was planning to support this motion. But I realized also that in their recommendations, they did not say we do a forensic audit, we allow other committees maybe to do a bigger job, because of course this was a rushed job for them. They rushed this report because it was necessary anyway. But I expected them to give a recommendation that at least another committee or an ad hoc committee or an existing committee like PIC or even the general oversight can take up this matter. So I found it wise and prudent that if we pass this motion, we may not get another opportunity for us to dig deeper into the issues which are lingering. Honorable Speaker, also to note that there were no mangoes coming from other places. That is very clear. It's only that the cold room or the store in Kalamba is way too little in terms of the space and what we expect people to do. So to also support what Honorable Kimunyi was speaking to in terms of having brokers not able to buy directly from the farmers, of course, of taking a lot of mangoes from the farmers and also relieving the factory of this expectation, Honorable Speaker, if we can rethink as a county. I know it is a policy by the county government, and it was part of the governor's manifesto that you will be taking charge of pricing of mango and other products, Honorable Speaker, and that's why they've been able to say you can only buy through some channels. That's why they want to control the price. But the open market doesn't behave like that. That's why you see most of the people don't want to buy mangoes from Makueni because the pricing will be controlled by the institution of Makueni County Government. So that if we can rethink about that, and Honorable Muso is in charge of that department in terms of oversight, if you can also help the county to do that, I will really appreciate as people of Makueni. Two, in terms of budgets, I have seen also the budget was cut from around 40 million to 13 million. We understand the constraints which faced this county and other counties since 2024 of pricing, Honorable Speaker, and it has been a big shortfall for us now to fill those gaps. So if we can also dictate these budgets to be bigger, because we do not expect the government to do business, of course, but the government can help the farmers, the small number of farmers who can benefit from this kind of program. We really appreciate that. So, Honorable Chair, going to help this to move forward. Honorable Speaker, I also want to talk about. The politics around this program. Yes, we have seen it's only the ward of Muzakeka and maybe some patches of other wards. In fact, that's why Honorable Manzo is not able to say anything good about this report. One, it's not because of the contents, but the people he represents. It's like myself, the people I represent, they will not allow me to say yes to this report. Because if I say yes to this report, it means I cannot stand in for them. I cannot stand in the gap. And they have elected me to speak about these things, Honorable Speaker. And also to Kanzo, the Honorable Chair, I also listened to him, and it backlashed on him when he said the people of Mombasa Road do not participate in mango farming, Honorable Speaker. We are biggest mango farmers. In fact, we are very serious. All export from Makueni come from that belt, Honorable Speaker. And it is very wrong for my friend Honorable Muso to indicate and imply that the people of Kibwezi, where I come from, we run Boabab. That is the only thing which is now negating all the efforts, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker. And I wish, I'm just cancelling you because I'm a small man, but I want to help you so that at least when you are the chair of Committee of Agriculture, you are cheering for the county of Makueni, whether from lowlands or from the highlands of Mboni. So I'm just, it's like myself when I'm the leader of minority. Of course, I have the allegiance of the people of Kibwezi, but I lead for the people of Makueni. I don't lead the people of Kibwezi alone. So that's what I wish I could also cancel. If you don't, it's fine. You can leave it. Honorable Speaker, I also want to speak about the same politics I'm speaking to Honorable Speaker. I saw, like in this week, the UK government has suffered a lot because of one person. One person is making a prime minister to change the whole government. And they started with the highest aide, the chief of staff, Maxwin. He resigned last night but one. Why? Because somebody else did a mistake. And he advised the prime minister that you can appoint somebody to be the US ambassador, the UK ambassador to Washington. The same thing, I'm expectant that the government, not about the CEO, who we are told left in the morning before he took breakfast, Honorable Speaker. We expect a lot of people to suffer, to be sacrificed. We cannot live in a society where you can do mistakes and somebody else has to defend your mistakes. If the mistake was budgeting, they budgeted 13 million shillings against a backdrop of around 100 million expectation, Honorable Speaker. We must sacrifice the person who advised the county assembly to put up 12.9 million shillings, Honorable Speaker. We cannot debate about that. We want to ask the governor to do away with this kind of people. Those people who are helping other people to fight us, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I also wish, as elected people, as people who have been elected and with powers to oversight the county government, we don't need to prosecute over the media, Honorable Speaker. We should not prosecute. Why should we protest against ourselves? I saw that, and it started with Honorable Muso and the Honorable Speaker, and they were prosecuting this over the media, Honorable Speaker. I will not allow that. Please, if we have issues, we don't need to go to the media and now portray how good we are against other people. We will not allow that. We want, if there is an issue in this county of Makueni, like we have in the mango production, Honorable Speaker, in the factory, Honorable Speaker, I do not expect Honorable Muso, who is the area member, and the Speaker, who also comes from the area, to now be speaking on behalf of some ghost people, Honorable Speaker. We need that statement to be read from this assembly. We do not expect members who have been elected and with a platform, with a privilege, to even speak about these matters in this assembly and acted upon by the governor and his executive. We do not expect them to go to media and now prosecute these matters. That way, we will have saved a lot for this county of Makueni. So because we are focused in making sure that things work for everybody. Honorable Speaker, allow us to do the correct oversight. The correct oversight is not to allow the Committee on Agriculture, where Honorable Muso is the chair. The Honorable Muso could not have dropped this case, could not have dropped this report, because he's the leader of that committee. But we would have seen it wise now to project other committees to help what Honorable Muso is not able to do. That is why I am just laughing at Honorable Muso, because he is in a very difficult position. He is the Honorable Member for Nzakeka. Of course, they have benefited more than Kikumbuli South, but he has to bring a report here. And I even saw that. I could not see the deputy chair or another member of the Committee on Agriculture reading for them. They pushed the Honorable Chair to read when some people think he is conflicted. Honorable Speaker, this is not fair. Allow us to be fair, allow us to be human enough. Honorable Muso is under a lot of pressure, both in this assembly and also on the ground. We should not expose our member to such kind of experience, Honorable Speaker. And this should be a learning point for us. This should be a learning point. Why are you laughing? Honorable Speaker, I understand. That's why I'm not able to do anything against Honorable Muso. I had even planned to say I will support this motion just because of Honorable Muso. But I can tell you the mood of the House is different. And that's why you saw Honorable Mudike, Honorable Mutindi, and most of the members here, they were opposed to this motion. Please allow us, if we pass, Honorable Muso, I want to advise you also, please withdraw this motion. Allow the Speaker to give directions to make sure we have another motion from an investigative point of view, from a point you cannot control and people cannot perceive you are controlling. And that way we will have saved the county of Makueni. But lastly, as I said, the Chief of Staff for Prime Minister left the biggest, the highest aid yesterday. Yesterday also, during the morning hours, they are resigning during the breakfast hour. The Executive Communication Director for the Office of the Prime Minister, number 10, also resigned. We don't want them to resign. We will ask the appointing authority to sack 2, 3, or 4 ministers, then bring in politicians. Those politicians will help him in the re-election in 2027. And that way will have helped the people of Makueni. That is what I want to say. That is what I wish members can support. And that way we withdraw this motion. After we withdraw the motion, tomorrow or the other sitting day, we can come here and force the Committee on PIC to take up this matter, or the Committee on General Oversight to take up this matter, and we would have relieved Honorable Muso a lot of injustice he is going through now. I even listened to what he said. Yes, I said he talked about the people along Mombasa, but he was also under pressure to just respond to Malile. Malile was being responded to as a single person, but that has been changed to mean the people of Mombasa Road. I understand his conscience. He is also a Mombasa Road person because he lives in Emali and is a big supporter of mine. But I can tell you, the people of Kibwezi West, when I mention to them Muso, they will now feel he is conflicted. He is saying the people of Mombasa Road are not able to farm mangoes, but they are the biggest farmers and exporters of mango. But I will want to commit that we're going to change the tact and the people of Makueni will be helped. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and we have this motion withdrawn. Thank you.
Leader of the majority. The majority leader is a member of the committee, seconded the motion. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Having read this report, compared the TORs with the responses, I think, the Speaker, sir, this report is good but misses the point. So as a person who has conscience, as a person who has the heart of the people of Makueni, as a person who wants to see the wow and no longer into quotes succeed, I oppose this report And I would wish to give my reasons behind why I am opposing this report, no matter how good it is, no matter how detailed it is, because it misses the main point of what we ought to have addressed and expected by the people of Makueni in this county. When you look at the tabulation of supplies, we expected to see some percentages pegged to every circle so that each and every area is represented effectively in the supply of these mangoes. Unfortunately, the big chunk has gone within a very small scope of the area. That way, it means there are areas, and I would wish to read this, there are areas which have been left out completely. Looking at Nzakika Emali, Ukia, Wotensi, Ukakowaiya, Muvao, Kikumini, Mavindini, Makindu, Nguumo, Kisau, Kiteta, Nguu, Masumba, and Bitini. Bitini had only Gamelock farmers who applied once. All the other cooperatives never bought from Bitini, never bought from Nguu, Masumba, never bought from Kisau, Kiteta, and we are not seeing any subsidiary information supporting any other tabulation beyond this particular one we are given. That means the purchase of mangoes was totally done unfairly. It was actually sledged towards a particular direction. Whether it was politically instigated or not, that we leave it to the investigative body which is going to be appointed by this particular house. Mr. Speaker, sir, we cannot sit here as the oversight body and leave the governor to do our job. I read through the social media, and the governor has gone ahead and take action and appointed a group to investigate. We are going to be losing our mandate of oversight as a county assembly if we are going to give the work over this assembly to the governor to do it. In this context, we need to detach the governor from doing our job, and we do it effectively. Why am I saying this? Because everybody who elected us expects to see results from this team. Mr. Speaker, I'm so much down that Mr. Speaker, we need to, before we, protect me, Mr. Speaker, before the governor brings out his report and gives to the public, it should be this house to give first its own report on what they found to be the issue. Mr. Speaker, as a person, as a leader, and as a representative of the people, I believe people should not actually expecting anything less than the truth from this particular house. Point number 2. Mr. Speaker, looking at the every mentioned names, members of the Agriculture Committee are mentioned in the same link, and they belong to this house. So that we can exonerate these members from the abuse and from the blame. Our able chair is sitting here. We know him, he has been supporting the government. He has been in the forefront. But when he is mentioned, in order to exonerate him, Mr. Speaker, I will leave it to your own chair, so that at the end of the day, people will not see a tilted truth presented. Because if you send the same people, nobody will actually listen, no matter how true that is. As long as it's mentioned, they will say still the truth is not out the way it ought to be. So in this context, we need a neutral body, maybe the general oversight or another viable committee which can handle this, who have full experience of handling this. Because every member here can be able to do an investigative activities. Point number 3. Mr. Speaker, there comes a time whereby we have to stop chasing cleaning the cobwebs and deal with the spider. We know there is a lot of politics around this. There are people who have picked this and they want to taint our governor because they have other interests. This is not only the time we are seeing mangoes rotting. 2020, and I can quote candidly, we had a lot of clips around whereby mangoes also rot. When you look at the supplies from 2017 to 2018, we have not been consistent, but we have never seen the kind of activities and the reactions taking place the way it is happening now. Where is the drive? What is the drive? What is the motive? Because at this time, we are now seeing politics taking under particular shape where people are given money, including
and I don't want to say this, into quotes, able leaders being also supplied money so that they can take the government. We must be very strong in saying, let us separate government work with politics, because it's not time of politics. When the time of politics comes, we shall do the politics. I will not fear to do the politics. Because what is aiming this is actually to tame the government. Finally, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budgets which are given to this particular plant, surely 13 million against a production of 189,000 metric tons is like a drop in the ocean. But there's one thing I've not been able to see since we started operating this particular plant. We have never been told this is the much which was produced from the plant and it has been plowed back this much so that it can show the resource of the next season. What we hear is that we are producing puree, it's being consumed, and then we don't see the value for money. I would say there comes a time whereby people must take serious decisions, and especially on this particular one. Because these are gold in Cumberland. This is a plant which can take us to the level of international placement. But unfortunately, I don't want to put into quote counts people who want just to have that power of control. Let us give this plant autonomy so that the CEO will make a decision without being pegged and without being pushed to the corner by other quarters. This way, the operations, the administrative units, the progress will be monitored by this committee. You cannot send a committee to go and monitor the government which it is also serving in. But if there was autonomy, it would be very easy to tell them this is not right, this is not right, this is not right. But as we stand, there's a lot of confusion cutting across. What is my urge, Mr. Speaker? My urge is very simple, because we can talk over this matter up to the last minute of the night. Let, Speaker, you apply your wisdom that we have a general either oversight committee or the committee on PIC or the committee on PAC, or the way you want it to be done, so that at the end of the day, the truth may come out and every stone may be left, and no stone should be left unturned. My final shot is this. It agonizes us when we start now behaving like social brokers. Hello? Mr. Speaker, sir. When we are actually in this particular scenario, and this happened, we did not expect the whistleblowing to come from the highest authority of this house. There should have been consultations. There should have been an assignment of duties before we block the issue in our social platforms. Honestly, let's not mix the politics of what we want in future with what we are doing now. Let us give way for what we are doing now and wait for that future to come, and we shall do politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mover of, what is it, member from Mlale Male? You had requested earlier, yes. Mover of the motion.
Mr. Speaker, it's good that I've heard all the members, I've heard their sentiments, but it would be fair to say that we were only given half a day and we had a TOR. Mr. Speaker, a TOR is always and ever developed by the clerk to the committee. We do not develop the TOR as members. We're just given a TOR and then we move on. Mr. Speaker, it is also very malicious.
Order, member. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order. Mover of the motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Mover of the motion. A TOR. Order. TORs of a committee are adopted by the committee.
Yes.
It is the committee that requires the clerk to formulate but they are adopted by the committee.
Yes.
And they are TORs of the committee, not the clerk.
I say that, Mr. Speaker, I think.
So everything is a committee and committee as its clerk.
Correct,
And therefore,
Mr. Speaker, I agree.
the committee takes responsibility.
I agree, totally. So, Speaker, it is not also fair for members from Mombasa Road to say that I say the gross Boabab, that is a number. I talked particularly about Malile, not anybody else. I told him off because he called me a mango cartel. I told him he's a number cartel. So I think we should get the clip and actually get it clear that I did not talk about Mombasa Road. If anything, I come from Mombasa Road. Mr. Speaker, and that is also the same member who was saying that 500 drums at the factory, they are rotting there, which is not true, Mr. Speaker. So I was agitated, and that's why I made that statement. And I don't want to withdraw it towards Malile. It is for Malile, he will remain with it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, maybe I need your attention.
I have 2 years.
Mr. Speaker, it is not true that only 3 cooperatives operated within that period. Actually, the TOR said we are looking at only 8th, 9th, and 10th, not any other day, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I confined myself within that particular 3 days. So for the other information, for the other remaining in this, Mr. Speaker, that is information that can be gotten. Whether it is going to be given to another committee, either PIC, PAC, or whatever, me, Mr. Speaker, I'm not opposing. Mr. Speaker, the issue of investigating why the exporters did not buy mangoes from us was not part of our TOR, Mr. Speaker. And we were given only half a day. We were with Kimunyi and some other members. Even the Deputy Speaker was there. So we were given half a day, and we did what we could do within that short time, Mr. Speaker. There is something that I've heard from members, that there are some members who bought mangoes at the same time from Ukea, at the same time from Wote, the same period, and there was alteration of forms. Mr. Speaker, we did not get into that, and if that one is there, it is unfortunate. That is why I'm also supporting that we should do further investigations to get into the bottom of this matter. So, Speaker, the member for Emali said that we did not present any report for the mega projects within the county. We did a progressive report. It was given to this House, Mr. Speaker, and the records are clear. About looking at the market leakages, Middle East and others, I think I talked about it in the report. It is in my detailed report, and I would wish, Mr. Speaker, as you go ahead and do what you are going to do, let us get the report so that we interrogate the report as we move to get more information, Mr. Speaker, because I think it is very thorough and very clear. Even in that report, Mr. Speaker, I talked about concentration of buying mangoes from at least, because I have the information, it's good to tell the members. Some of them may not have looked at the third assembly. It is clear that, Mr. Speaker, Kalaba fruit farmers bought 116 tons.
Order, move of the motion. Honorable members, there's a motion, next motion, to alter the calendar, not to see tomorrow, to resume on Monday. So quorum is very critical. The motion will not take long.
Thank you. I'm winding up, Mr. Speaker. So Kalamba fruit farmers bought 116 tons, Kika farmers 117 tons, Makweti fruit, the one which is supposed to buy from water and other areas, bought 127 tons, Makuo 129 tons, Mulili Chale 130 tons, Ngemlok farmers 120 tons, and Nzagika CDD 120 tons, giving a total of 870, 180 to date. So it is not true that there are some cooperatives which are not allowed to buy mangoes. So Speaker, to wind up, autonomy for Kalamba is very key. I think members have talked about it. We have talked about it over and over again in this House. I think that one should be taken into consideration. Ward-based cooperatives have talked about it because, you know, when a SACCO is operating from a certain area, it should be able to buy mangoes from that particular area. Because if you looking at this, it is only, Mr. Speaker, it is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It is only 12 wards which benefited from the mango buying. The others did not. So, Speaker, to be fair, because out of your wisdom or lack of it, Mr. Speaker, you will guide. Because I don't want even to say, yes, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say I withdraw. Because, Mr. Speaker, I brought the motion, I moved it, it was seconded. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how to withdraw it. Not unless you tell me how you go about it to withdraw. So, Mr. Speaker, let it go ahead. Use your wisdom to move. Thank you.
What is it, Honorable Mutin?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is the chairperson agriculture in order to say, quote unquote, out of your wisdom or lack of it? Honorable Speaker, that is a bit demeaning to the chair. He needs to withdraw or lack of it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. At times, these procedures are very stringent. I've listened to debate. I've listened to all of you from the beginning to the end. But the decision lies with you. Even if you go another step, you will still make the decision. And the only good thing to do, having taken this much time, and in view of public interest, is to allow you to make your vote. I'll proceed to put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that this Assembly adopts the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, Cooperative Development on inquiry into the purchase of mangoes by Makweni Fruit Processing Plant in the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the Assembly on 10th of February 2026. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. The implication of that is that, honorable members, the report of the committee has been negated. However, listening to the contributions that you've made, and the proposals that you're making, and on the formation of the Committee on Agriculture, among many other factors, whether you are interested in the committee or not, that is not important because you've taken a decision as an assembly. In view of this, there is a clarion call that this matter be inquired into and investigated. Honorable Katumo did indicate that the interest is to diagnose and establish the cause. That is what seems to be the interest of majority of the members. Whereas the future programs are important. But we can't hide this matter any longer. We have vetted county executive committee members to be responsible for their respective dockets. Whether semi-autonomous agencies like Makweni Food Development Authority or not, what I'm aware is that all those entities, including chief officers, are answerable to this House, and this House vets and approves nominees who are answerable to the County Assembly on matters of oversight. I acknowledge that the Committee on Agriculture received a report, formulated a report, and presented a report based on the documents as presented to them by the Makweni Food Development Authority management. I'm not aware whether the County Executive Committee member has presented documents on accountability as a primary accountable person to this County Assembly. I'm also aware that the County Executive Committee member did not appear before the Committee on Agriculture either on issues of time or rush. And so is the acting chief executive officer and the one who has been suspended. And therefore, to inquire and unearth basics and the mechanics of this matter, which is a social discourse, an inquiry has to be instituted. And witnesses must be invited, examined and cross-examined on oath, with documents presented, not just document for purposes of photocopying, but authenticated and honed document by the respective persons who occasioned or caused that document in the county government of Makueni. In the circumstances, honorable members, I am persuaded to refer this matter to the County Public Investments Committee, because Makueni Fruit Development Authority is a public investment, public resources, and therefore the question of investment and profit, losses, and logistics is very important. That notwithstanding, an issue of accountability has been raised. And this is a matter that the Committee on Public Accounts was handling before. Whereas there is a thin line between public investment and Public Accounts Committee, nothing stops the Public Accounts Committee from being part of that committee. So the two watchdog committees are hereby directed to inquire into this matter, examine documents, examine witnesses on oath and cross-examine on all matters related to procurement, acquiring of mangoes, and processing, and any other related subject on Makueni Fruit Development Authority. Take into consideration issues raised by members of public and raised by members of the County Assembly of this floor. And it is also very important to take note of this primary report and the findings of the Committee on Agriculture as presented to this House. Because the fact that the report has been laid, it will form the basis of inquiry. You may not require to request for documents that have been presented, other than to get the document authenticated. And whoever presented a document to the County Assembly, then they must also take ownership and be cross-examined on them, whether they are valid or not valid documents. Therefore, Chairperson, Public Investment and Public Accounts Committee, the responsibility is on your shoulders. How much time do you require to inquire into this matter? The urgency of the matter has been determined not by this House, but by farmers and members of public who would wish to deal with this matter. You know you've been on recess. It may not have been as quick for us to deal with this matter and give directions as we have. Nevertheless, now that you have resumed Chairperson, Public Accounts and Investment, we shall not discuss quorum issues. It's either you will attend the quorum or the respective chair, you expunge yourself from that committee forthwith. Two, that the priority of the committee business will be to this matter. Any other matter related to the Assembly on legislation and oversight will be secondary. So you prioritize this matter. And any other person required to appear before this committee, they should comply forthwith. So clerk will make a proper communication to the respective executive committee member and the county secretary, copy to the governor for cooperation, so that in the shortest time possible, we will have a report on Monday next week or earlier, so that it is considered, debated, and voted by members in the manner in which reports should be. Park and Peak, you've been trained on several times on matters of inquiry, a detailed inquiry. You know what you're supposed to do. In the interim, can we see your prowess and ability as it has been requested, so that then you can put this matter to rest in the interest of the members of public. Honorable members, those are my directions this afternoon, and we hope that the requisite committees will be able to execute. Chairperson, the Committee on Agriculture, You may be required for information, your secretariat to supply either narrative, oral information, or document from your secretariat. Please facilitate any information that you have to the committee so that they may execute that matter within the less than 7 days that we have given. Thank you, honorable members. It's all directed. Next order.
Order number 9, approval of the proposed Makueni County Assembly calendar for the 50th session of the Third Assembly, regular sessions 2026.
Clerk. Mover of the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you for the Solomonic ruling on the just passed motion. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion that pursuant to the provisions of the Makueni County Assembly Standing Orders 30-31-33, this Assembly approves the proposed Makueni County Assembly calendar for the 5th session of the Third Assembly, regular sessions 2026, as appended to the order paper. Honorable Speaker, formulation of the third calendar has been guided by Standing Order 31, which provides, I think members can read that. So this fifth session assembly calendar is divided in three parts, and it will run from 9th February, which was yesterday, to 2nd December 2026. This is in line with the provisions of Standing Order 31, which stipulate that, I think members can read that. So part 1 of the assembly calendar will run from Monday 9th February 2026 to Friday 5th June 2026. During this period, the assembly is expected to have a total of 40 sittings and a total of 39 recess days as follows: 20 sittings from Monday 9th February to Wednesday 11th March 2026, 17 short recess days from Thursday 12th March to Friday 3rd April 2026, 20 sittings from Monday 6th April to Wednesday 6th May 2026, and 22 long recess days, Thursday 7th May to Friday 5th June 2026. During this period, the Assembly shall consider and approve business from different committees of the County Assembly. During the period, the Assembly is also expected to commence the consideration of the financial year 2026-2027 County Government of Makueni budget estimates, which the ECM Finance and Socio-Economic Planning is expected to submit to the County Assembly on or before 30th April 2026, as per the requirements of Section 129(2) of the Public Finance Management Act, PFM 2012. Honorable Speaker, the initial process of the consideration of the 2026-2027 County Government of Makueni budget estimates shall entail sectorial committees to scrutinize the financial year 2026-27 departmental budgets and submit their reports on the County Assembly Budget and Appropriation Committee, subjecting the submitted financial year 2026-2027 budget estimates to public participation. Part 2 of this calendar, Honorable Speaker, will run from Monday 8th June 2026 to Friday 25th September 2026. During this period, the Assembly is expected to have a total sitting of 40 sittings and a total of 34 recess days as follows: 20 sittings Monday 8th June to Wednesday 8th July 2026, 12 short recess days Thursday 9th July to Friday 24th July 2026, 20 sittings Monday 27th July, Monday 27th July to Wednesday 26th August 2026, and then 22 long recess days from Thursday 27th August to Friday 25th September 2026. In this part of the Assembly calendar, the Assembly will approve all pending business before various committees of the County Assembly so that all the pending business can be concluded and approved before the end of the financial year by 30th June 2026. Honorable Speaker, there shall be ample consultations between the County Assembly and the County Executive regarding the submitted budget 2026-2027 before the Budget and Appropriation Committee finalizes its report. The Assembly shall therefore finalize on the consideration of the financial report 2026-2027 count of Makueni budget estimates submitted by the ECM Finance and approval of the same together with the corresponding appropriation bill or stages of the bill by 30th June 2026 as per the requirements of Section 131(1) of the PFM Act. Honorable Speaker, further, during this period, the Assembly will consider, among other business, the half-yearly progress reports of all committees for the period January to June 2026 as required under Standing Order 203, which states that unless a more regular interval is prescribed under any written law or these standing orders, each select committee shall submit half-yearly progress reports to the County Assembly within 2 months after the end of the 6-month period. The short recess, Honorable Speaker, is also aimed at giving all committees time to formulate their work plans for the financial year 2026-2027. Part 3 of this calendar, Honorable Speaker, will run from Monday 28 September 2026 to Friday 5th February 2027. During this period, the Assembly is expected to have a total of 28 sittings and a total of 64 recess days as follows: 12 sittings, Monday 28 September to Wednesday 14th October 2026, 17 short recess days, Thursday 15th October to Friday 6th November 2026, 16 sittings from Monday 9th November to Wednesday 2nd December 2026, and then 47 long recess days, Thursday 3rd December 2026 to Friday 5th February 2026, and in quotes, that's the period we shall probably enjoy in Mombasa. Thank you. At that time of the recess, at the time of the Part 2 of the County Assembly calendar, at the start of Part 2 of the County Assembly calendar, the Assembly is expected to approve the Makueni County Fiscal Bill 2026. The short recess for Part 3 will provide ample time for consultations forums between the County Assembly and the County Executive regarding the Makueni County Annual Development Plan for the financial year 2027-2028. Additionally, the recess will also allow sectorial committees to finalize the scrutiny of their respective sectors in the submitted ADP, subject the ADP to public participation. During the said part of the calendar, the Assembly shall therefore consider and approve, among other businesses, the Makueni County Annual Development Plan for the financial year 2027-2028 and the MTEF budget circular for financial year 2027-2028. The long recess for Part 3 will allow members to retreat to consider pending business before the respective committees, various committees to meet and prepare their half-yearly progress reports for the period July to December 2026, among other activities. The long recess will enable members break from the routine county assembly activities, give them time to be with their families during Christmas and New Year holidays, and to interact with their electorates. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, it is important for the honorable members to note the following: that all recesses will be working recesses where committees will be retreating to finalize all committee pending businesses as per the schedule, which will be approved by the liaison committee. 2, that weekly committee meetings will still be conducted during recesses, thus ensuring members attend at least 4 committee meetings per week. 3, that in case the Assembly is on recess and there is urgent business necessitating approval, a special sitting will be gazetted in line with the provisions of Standing Order 32 of the Makueni County Assembly Standing Orders. And 4, that if the Assembly is in session and there is an activity demanding all members' attendance, the Leader of the majority will be moving a motion for alteration of the calendar for the Assembly to adjourn and allow members to attend the activity. And 5, and the last one, that the County Assembly calendar for the 5th session has been has taken into consideration the budget cycle in order to ensure that all budget and planning documents are approved within the stipulated timelines. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I now call Honorable Francis Munyao to second the motion.
Honorable members, I now propose that pursuant to the provisions of Makueni County Assembly Standing Orders 30, 31, and 33, this Assembly approves the proposed Makueni County Assembly calendar for the 5th session of the 3rd Assembly Regulations 2026 and appended to the order paper. I allow for debate. Thank you. Mover.
I urge you, Honorable Speaker, to put the question.
Thank you, Honorable members. Honorable members, I now put the question that pursuant to provisions of Makueni County Assembly Standing Orders 30, 31, and 33, this Assembly approves the proposed Makueni County Assembly calendar for the 5th session of the 3rd Assembly Regulation Sessions 2026 and appended to the order paper. Many of that contrary opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 19, procedural motion, alteration of the Assembly calendar 2026.
Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion. That pursuant to Standing Order 31-4, this Assembly resolves to alter its calendar for regular sessions 2026 to adjourn today, Tuesday, 10th February 2026, and resume its sitting on Monday, 16th February 2026. Honorable Speaker, this is informed by the fact that, which most members know, that we need to do some public participations, and we know the schedules, how they are running. So I beg honorable members to pass this motion without much debate. I now call upon Honorable Janet Kitunga to second the motion.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that pursuant to Standing Orders number 31-4, this Assembly resolved to alter this calendar for regular sessions 2026 to adjourn today, Tuesday, 10th February 2026, and resume its sitting on Monday, 16th February 2026. I allow for debate. Member for Mheshimiwa Mutindi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the adjournment and wish to take this early opportunity to wish everybody a happy and lovely Valentine's on Friday. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank the members because I can read the mood, and I also take this opportunity to take 60% of the wishes from Honorable Mutindi.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I put the question that pursuant to standing orders number 31-4, this assembly resolves to alter its calendar for regular sessions 2026 to adjourn today, Tuesday, 10th February 2026, and resume its sittings on Monday, 16th February 2026. As many of that opinions say aye, as many of the contrary opinions say nay, the ayes have it. Honorable members, the time now being 19:21 hours, this assembly stands adjourned until Monday, 16th February 2026 at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.